This conference will now be recorded.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 29th meeting of the Statewide Commission on Recycling Markets and Curbside Recycling here in California. And we are going to have, we had planned for a 4.5-hour meeting today with the break at 9:45, and I'm going to move that break till 11. So I just want to give everybody watching a heads up on that. We'll go ahead and proceed with the meeting. So we'll start with agenda item 1, which is the call to order. So we can go ahead and make sure we call the meeting to order here at 8, and we'll do a roll call. Make sure we've got all of our commissioners here. Let me see, how would I do this? Does somebody have the list of commissioners in front of them? I'm in Tahoe, so I don't have all my papers like I would normally have them. And I don't have a printer.
I could pull that up.
I think it's on our commission meeting minutes even. Sorry about that.
I've got the list. Heidi, you want me to call the roll?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Commissioner Sanborn, Vice Chair. Vice Chair Raya here. John Bouchard. John Bouchard. I'll see John. Deborah Cadena.
I'm here.
John Davis.
Yeah.
Dan Dell.
Here.
Jeff John Levy. Jeff, you there? Laura Ferrante.
Here.
Joseph Kopkov.
I'm on the phone. Yes, here.
Nick Lapis.
Good morning, everybody.
And Will Bedrando. I'm here. Alex Oseguera. Alex.
I see him, but I don't hear him.
Okay.
Might have walked away.
Ann Schneider.
Yeah, good morning, Richard.
Good morning, Alex. Good morning, Ann. Kobe Sky.
Good morning.
Morning, Sarah Toretta.
Good morning. I'm here.
Morning, Ted Ward.
Here. Good morning.
Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Ray. So we're missing John Bouchard and Jeff Dunleavy. Well, and
I
then we'll
dialed in by phone.
Oh, is this Jeff?
Yes, I dialed in by phone. Difficulty signing on with the password.
Oh, sorry. Okay, very good. So we're only missing John Bouchard. Thank you for that. All right, so we'll go ahead and we'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is the review and potential approval of meeting notes. We did receive an email last night from Commissioner Schneider. She had some corrections she would like to make to the meeting notes, and Cycle or Commissioner Ward, we're going to pull those up and see if we could try to make some changes on the fly to address her concerns and any others. So first, maybe we should go to Commissioner Schneider. Would you like to address the meeting minutes and what you'd like corrected?
Thank you, Chair. On page 5, there's under single-use plastics. It talks about the moratorium that Millbrae passed. This is complicated. What we passed was approval to create the moratorium ordinance. So the moratorium ordinance is actually on our agenda next week. So it implies that we already passed it. We haven't. So the language should say that it's a 3-step process. Approved the creation of a moratorium ordinance for synthetic turf.
So it's changed to read, Schneider approved the creation. Commissioner Schneider, it's actually not Commissioner Schneider. It would be, I would say, the Millbrae City Council, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so Commissioner Schneider noted that the Millbrae City Council approved the creation of a moratorium ordinance for the purchase or maybe for the use of synthetic turf?
The application of.
The application of synthetic turf. Okay. For her. And then I think we can maybe delete, yeah, a lot of the rest of that.
Yeah, just
And
make it
then
simple is good.
Commissioner Ward would like to address resins. I think we could delete the rest of that. Set for her city until the city can identify the risks and alternatives. Okay, so the final sentence would read, Commissioner Schneider reported that the Millbrae City Council approved the creation of a moratorium ordinance for the application of synthetic turf. I don't know if we need to say for her city, because it's obviously the city council, right? Until the city can identify risks and alternatives. Okay, that makes sense to me. Is there another change you'd like to make?
The other one, I couldn't find it listed at all, but I know that Commissioner Sky said, yes, they would look at that. It was my discussion about how community choice aggregate boards around the state will be looking for other sources of renewable energy, things that aren't solar or wind. And it's not in there at all. But if anyone is looking at it, I want to make sure that every CCA has what I had said 2 weeks ago was by law, every community choice aggregate has to buy, they're called RECs. I didn't use that term then, but they have to buy contracts for energy. And they are looking for other renewables that aren't wind and solar. And they are looking at biomass. And the request to the commission was, could the commission look at forms of biomass energy that are good versus bad? And
Okay.
Commissioner Sky said yes, I can't remember which of the committee of two was going to look at it, but they're going to look at it.
It's in the right spot there. And the way I would frame it is looking at best practices for organics facilities.
Thank you, Commissioner Sky.
Absolutely.
So
yeah, the reality is not every CCA in California has environmental issues as one of their criteria.
Okay, well, let's make sure we get the words right on the meeting minutes and then we can adopt them. So Commissioner Ward is typing away. So it would read, Commissioner Schneider asked that this group investigate best practices for organics facilities, especially with respect to biomass use as a source of energy.
Perfect. Thank you.
So with those two changes, are there any other changes that the commissioners would like to make to these meeting minutes before we adopt them?
I have a small one on agenda item 10. My notes indicate that in addition to working on procurement, Commissioners Kalpikoff and Oseguera were investigating the organics processing infrastructure. Those two were related, so I thought that would be appropriate to call that out as their list.
I remember that too. Is that okay with Commissioners Oseguera and Kalpikoff?
Yes, we're fine.
Okay.
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay, so we'll just add that. So it'll read, Commissioner Davis proposed a new two-person committee on organic infrastructure development and procurement consisting of Commissioners Kalpikoff and Oseguera.
With those changes, I'd move to approve these minutes.
Second?
I'll second.
Good. And then all commissioners just give a thumbs up. Unless, and those on the phone, please just say aye.
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 Opposed to these meeting minutes?
I would like to abstain. I was not present at the meeting.
Appropriate. Thank you so much. So Commissioner Medrano is abstaining and everyone else has given an aye. And I just want to thank, so they are approved, and I'd like to thank the commissioners for reading these minutes and making sure they're accurate. That's very important and much appreciated. Okay, so we'll go ahead now and move on to agenda item number 3, which is the public comment review for items not on the agenda. And I think this is a fairly long list. We've been getting a lot of input and ideas, and I posted things on the Google documents that were sent to me by people who have different issues. So I'll turn it over to Cal Recycle to read the comments that they have, and then I'll try to double check and make sure we've caught them all.
Great, thank you. So I have 4 public comments here. The first one is from Matt Maloney, a concerned citizen. And they say, I live in a community a few miles outside of Chico, California in Nord. We currently have waste management service for garbage only. Green waste and recycling are not offered. Waste management is our only option for service, and they're not willing to accommodate for recycling needs for the Nord community, nor will work together with us for a constructive plan to conserve the environment and not mix recyclables with common trash. Waste management has not provided an alternative for homeowners in the community, despite the fact that Nord County School, which is located in town, has recycling services. There needs to be an effort put forth from either the waste management team or the Cal Recycling team to accommodate for smaller communities needing to recycle. My hope in writing this request is that it does not fall on deaf ears or into a black hole suggestion box and nothing gets done. That is the end of the 150 words for that comment.
And before we move on, since we have Commissioner Ursugura from Waste Management, this is kind of related to, it's certainly related to what we do in that we're supposed to be making curbside, less contaminated and increasing recycling rates. And now we have someone who is concerned about their own individual service, which is unique. We haven't had this before. But I guess Commissioner Ursugura, did you want to take this comment since this is related to your service and respond to him one-on-one, and then just let us know that that's been addressed, or how would we like to handle this?
Yeah, definitely. I'll probably address it in two ways. We do have a franchise in the city of Chico, and it includes certain surrounding areas. That franchise contract does include recycling, organics, green waste collection, and commingled recycling and processing. And so I'll look into this specific situation. It might be the rural nature that it could potentially be causing an issue. And so I will reach out to this person and find out, and then I'll report back. But definitely we provide all 3 services in the city of Chico.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you for doing that. And thank you, Mr. Maloney, for letting us know. Sometimes it's good to just know what people are seeing and hearing out there. So, okay, thank you very much. And then the comment number 2.
The second comment is from Shirley Furrick from Waste Not, Nevada County. And it's, does California have any laws or rules about producers recycling what they offer for sale? I know we just passed the truth in recycling and compostable labeling, hallelujah, but are you contemplating further controls for them to take it back or arrange for the recycling of their products and packaging? I believe Europe has had this for years.
Yeah, I think what she's referring to is producer responsibility for all packaging. There is a bill in the legislature that's still going, SB 54, which is similar to that, where the producers have to source, reduce, and recycle their packaging. It's not a pure EPR approach as a traditional sense, but so you probably want to watch SB 54, and this commission has been taking up a lot of discussions on these issues with packaging and producer responsibility. We did not agree on the producer responsibility for packaging. We did agree that the producers have a lot of responsibility for market development and education and proper labeling. So that's where this commission landed in our report from last year, and I'd encourage you to look at that report and the policies that we recommended there. Okay, thank you, Shirley. And are there any other commissioners that'd like to speak to that comment? Okay, seeing none. Next comment, please.
So the next 2 comments are pretty long, so I'll be reading them to the 150 word limit, but the rest is published already. So this first one is Sean Levi from Planet Green, and it's attention, Madam Chairwoman Heidi Sanborn, dear State Recycling Commission. Planet Green is a cartridge remanufacturer in Chatsworth, California. We recycle original equipment manufactured, or OEM, printer cartridges for reuse, asking the Recycling Commission to take action regarding the flood of non-OEM, single-use, non-recyclable printer cartridges coming in from overseas. The print industry is a multi-million-dollar industry that is built on selling consumable printer cartridges. When printer cartridges are used and pulled from printers, they are no longer considered electronic waste. The U.S. printer cartridge remanufacturing industry was created as a solution from the waste generated by OEM printer cartridges. In the past, the U.S. electronic waste industry and the cartridge remanufacturing industry relied on each other to close the loop on used OEM printer cartridges. Currently, the U.S. remanufacturing industry is near extinction because of the non-OEM, single-use, non-recyclable cartridges coming in from overseas. In addition, these products have become, and that is the end of the 150 words.
Okay, and I did post the PowerPoint they sent to me up on the Google Docs. Everybody can look at that. And their proposed solution is a total ban on all imported non-original equipment, manufactured printer cartridges, and all resellers of printer cartridges must take responsibility for the cartridges they sell, providing a prepaid recycling service for used printer cartridges and can verify that these products are getting recycled. So this clearly is within our purview. It's a plastic product. It had a huge amount of companies, working on remanufacturing in our own state, and almost all of them are gone now, except for this one company. And this was just brought to our attention. So I did discuss with them, there's a national issue here, clearly, imports, but there's also a labeling issue because these companies are labeling them as refurbished and they're not. And there's no sheriff in town for this either. So this is a really big problem. And if any of the commissioners have a suggestion on how we handle this, a committee that might pick it up and run with it, I'm all ears. Commissioner Schneider.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, just wanted to let you know that your voice is cutting in and out.
Oh, thanks for letting me know. Could you hear me? I was just asking for input on the ink cartridges. Okay.
Yes, I could. It just periodically you get really quiet and then you come back.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Yeah, and I think what's happening is when you turn your head away from your computer, then your mic drops. So as long as you're facing the screen, that'll work out. I think this is most reasonably under the purview of the single-use plastics group, which is Ann Schneider and I. And in general, we're looking at these sort of single-use plastic products and in two ways, one in terms of resins and the other in terms of categories. So this would be more in the category framework, but there's a lot of work yet to be done there.
Okay, so, and then I see, so your two-person committee would be open to taking this on. And then,
I think that would be appropriate, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
John Levy.
Yes, thank you. With this topic, I would oppose and recommend we don't address it because this is a federal or international trade issue. The issue with glass bottles, aluminum cans being shipped in from other countries, it could be down to post-consumer plastic that's being shipped in. I mean, this is a big issue. I think it's way out of our scope because there's so many other products that basically the same thing applies to. I think we would just be wasting our time. This is a federal issue.
Well, it's also a market development issue, and we're losing infrastructure in our own state because of it. I'm not seeing it as being out, but maybe I'm alone in this. Commissioner Dow?
You could talk about any product. You could talk about paper being imported and not being.
That's right. I mean, any product that is not being recycled or recovered at a 75% level or higher, to me, is on the list for discussion by this commission, period. Doesn't matter whether it's a federal or state issue. If we're not at 75%, we're not there.
But now we're turning this into a waste commission with everything instead of focusing on curbside recyclables and composting. I think we're just getting way outside of our lane.
Okay. And I think that there's also the issue of priorities. And so that's a legitimate conversation as well. Commissioner Sky, and then Commissioner Dell.
Thank you. So I do think it's important for us to prioritize, but a quick reminder that one of the first issues we addressed was a federal issue, and it led to a resolution being adopted by the state legislature to put pressure on the federal government to take action on international issues impacting market development of recyclables. So we shouldn't shy away from things just because they're not just limited to the state of California. Things at the federal level are absolutely impacting our ability to meet those very important targets for recycling and for composting. So it's appropriate to discuss what things we want to prioritize because there's so many issues that we can focus on. But that was my reminder.
And then Schneider.
Yeah, so I support Commissioner Dunleavy's comment. I really think we need to prioritize. We're getting a very long to-do and task list, and I'm not sure how many we're going to have cross the finish line if we just keep adding more to this long list. And it is a big issue. It is a federal issue. It's actually an enforcement issue. And if we segment it off to that and maybe have a whole list of those to hit in one fell swoop, so be it. But there are really core things that we should be focusing on, and we really need to prioritize.
Okay, Commissioner Schneider.
I would add to Commissioner Ward and Sky's comments. What I think we are doing with the single-use plastic group of 2 is looking at it at a high level and looking at what can we do as the state of California with what's preventing us from doing as much as we can with waste prevention. So looking at it at waste prevention and reuse as a subset of waste prevention and before recycling. I don't think we're getting into individual products necessarily at this point, but looking at it system-wide.
Okay, I'll make a recommendation then that the 2-person committees can get a lot of comments referred to them. That doesn't mean that every single one of them they have to address, but they need to prioritize themselves and bring them back to us based on what they think are the highest priorities for those 2-person committees. Does that make sense to the commission? Or is there anyone, if I see a thumbs up from one, if there's anyone that doesn't agree?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I was saying yes, I agree with Ted.
Okay. All right, well then why don't we do that? We'll go ahead and refer this comment to the 2-person committee of Commissioners Schneider and Ward, and then they will put that in the pile and prioritize it accordingly. And all the committees will be doing that because I think it's, I've said this many times, there'll be way more to do than we will have time and volunteer space to do it through this commission. And so we have to remind ourselves constantly of what our key tasks were given by the legislature and what our time and energy is. And some of us have very focused interests and backgrounds in certain areas, and that may be what floats to the top, but I'll let it to the committees to determine what is the priority, and if another commissioner doesn't agree, we can discuss that at the full commission meeting. Okay, so with that comment dealt with, and thank you for bringing that to our attention, Planet Green. And I can talk with you offline about some other ideas I have. Any other comments? Power cycle?
There's one more public comment. Again, the full comment is published. I will only read 150 words. This is from Aldous Hicks from Lasso Loop Recycling. Lasso seeks to change California and U.S. domestic recycling for good. Lasso Loop Recycling LLC, or Lasso, seeks a conversation with CalRecycle for 2 reasons. Firstly, to allow Lasso to apply to have its domestic recycling appliance considered for approval to return California CRVs to householders through their Lasso domestic recycling appliance. The process could be like what was required to approve RVMs providing this service. Secondly, that CalRecycle investigate allowing Lasso to be considered for pilot projects and associated with California cities or counties. Lasso has submitted initial requests to CalRecycle and seeks a dialogue to enable Lasso to explain the Lasso domestic closed loop recycling process and obtain responses to its 2 questions. Background: Lasso Loop Recycling LLC, Lasso seeks to empower householders to closed loop recycle 100% of their valuable used containers and used materials that are closed loop recyclable. These include PET, HDPE, brown glass, green glass, clear, and that is the end of the 150 words.
Okay, so in short, this is a small appliance that would go in a home that they've created that somehow sorts CRVs and garbage and other things. And so to me, it sounds like it's kind of a CRV issue, but I'd be open to commissioners' ideas on if this is something we should be looking at all, or this seems to be more directed towards Cal Recycle for their attention. Commissioner Ward? I can't hear you, I'm sorry. Your mute's on.
I think this is appropriate to be dealt with by the Bottle Build Group, which is myself and Commissioner Valle, and to determine whether or not further commission action is warranted.
Agreed.
Okay, then we'll go ahead with that unless anybody else has a opposing thought. Very good. And again, just because I just want to remind everybody who submits comments, just because you might not hear back or it doesn't get prioritized doesn't mean we don't hear you. It's just that maybe it's not our priority based on what we've determined our task is and our priorities and time. So I just want to put that out there again. Very good. And if there's no other public comment, then we'll go ahead and move on. I did want to, I did miss a meeting the early part of the meeting last week when the city of Palo Alto had raised an issue about moving or having some sort of traceability for recyclables through the system. Did that get given to a committee? I wasn't clear. Can anybody respond to that? City of Palo Alto's, Commissioner Valle, do you remember that conversation at all about the city of Palo Alto's request?
I do, but I don't recall that we assigned it to a committee specifically.
I'm not sure. I mean, to me, that would be a recycling issue as to whether that things are traced around the world. And it's not just bottles and cans. I don't believe it's all materials. So I'm not sure if there's a thought on what we should do with this comment or refer it. It's a pretty big, it's not directly fitting into anything, I think, except to make sure that things land.
I would guess that market development might be the likely committee if they want to consider it.
Okay. And the market development is Davis Sanborn, and then the Sandy is myself, Commissioner Toyota. Maybe John, you and I can just take a look at that again and see if there's anything that we think the commission should do or not, and get back to Palo Alto. Is that okay? I hate to leave people with no, ending to it. So we'll go ahead and review the Palo Alto thing and respond to them and let the commission know what we think, if there's a priority or not.
Just a few quick comments on that. One, I think it's in interest of many communities, especially with our foundations of trusting that when we put something in a recycling bin, that it actually gets recycled and ends up in the right place. We really need to reestablish that trust, and that's what I see Palo Alto trying to deal with here. I also recognize that there are limits on what information is actually passed once something is exported out of a port. And so I think that's going to be the fundamental roadblock we're likely to encounter. And I do think this is one of those issues that may be far beyond what the commission.
Yeah. I mean, we did ask about making sure it's called recycled, only if it's getting recycled, if it's exported. And I guess this is just trying to assure verification so that the cities can be assured that that's the case, which is a very important point for them because they can't tell right now. They're operating blind. So we'll take that up. Commissioner Davis and I will discuss that and get back to them and you. Okay, thank you very much. So I think we're done with agenda item 3, and we can now move on to agenda item number 4, which is a presentation and discussion around the management of aerosol products. We've got several presenters today, and I want to thank them all for their time, volunteering their time and expertise to share with us. This was brought up by Vice Chair Valle. And aerosol products, as you know, can potentially explode. They are expensive to manage. There's many products that are in aerosol containers now. And so we have 4 presenters. We thought we'd really do a deep dive together on this. Andrew Johnstone will be up first, and he is from Alameda County and an artist, and has been working on these products for a while. Then we have Nicholas George with the Household and Consumer Products Association, followed by Manny Chung with Product Care, which is the HHW EPR program manager for multiple product types, including aerosol paints, regular paint, gasoline, oil, landscaping equipment, and more up in British Columbia and Canada, several provinces. And then Jeremy Jones with Paint Care. I did not receive a PowerPoint from them, so I just assume he's going to talk with us about the Paint Care program and any interest in dealing with aerosol cans. So we'll go ahead now and we'll turn this over to our first presenter, Andrew. And it looks like your mic is on, so you can share your screen and show us your PowerPoint, which I did post on the Google document.
Okay,
welcome,
great.
Andrew. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you, everybody. Good morning. I know we've been having some problems with the audio. I'll just let you know, I'm from Scotland. I always sound like this, so any other problems is your own problem. So I'm not familiar with GoToMeeting. So if I just press share screen, I'm good to go.
Yes, you should have received a pop-up asking you to share your screen.
All right.
If you can't, we do have your PowerPoint. We could show it and you can just say next.
GoToMeeting, yes.
And maybe while he's doing that, Richard, you can give us a little introduction on Andrew.
What can I say? The creativity of Andrew Johnstone is well known in Alameda County. He created a full-scale, huge wall mural for our district attorney's office, Nancy O'Malley, that's pristine and beautiful. He created a full wall mural here at Tri-State Recycling of the Golden Gate Bridge in our break room. And he actually painted the entire warehouse, 70,000 square feet of surface that faces out to the street here at Tri-State. And it looks like a forest. And our biggest problem has been we have birds smashing into the wall because they think it's a forest. He's also the creator of the Burning Man. He builds the Burning Man. He comes up with the concept of the Burning Man, and he's been doing that for well over a decade. And he's a guy who was first on site at the desert and last one to leave.
Okay, so he's an artist, but he also works a lot with these aerosol paints, which is what we're going to focus on today, and the waste management of the aerosol paints. So Andrew, it looks like we've got your screen now. So we just open your PowerPoint. We can go ahead.
Okay, so are you looking at my PowerPoint right now?
Oh, thank you.
Great. So as I said, my name's Andrew Johnstone. Let me see if we get this one. Let me get that out of the way. Okay.
Oh, we lost it. We've lost him. Let's see, maybe we should pull up, let's see if Nicholas is here, just in case we have to move them around. Is Nicholas on yet?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, well, Nicholas, we might have to go ahead and, if it's okay with you, get started with you until Andrew can get back on.
Yep, certainly.
Does that work? Okay, fantastic. We'll make you the presenter. So welcome, Nicholas. They've been eager to share with us what they know about all these aerosol cans. And so Andrew, I think you're back, but we're going to go now with Nicholas's presentation,
okay,
and we'll
sure.
go back to you. I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
Weren't sure how long you'd be gone. Okay, so we'll let Nicholas go, and then we'll turn back to you. So you can make it full screen. There you go.
Yep. Hello and thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Nicholas Georges. I'm with the Household and Commercial Products Association. HCPA has represented the U.S. aerosol products industry since 1950 through its aerosol products division, representing the interest of companies that manufacture, formulate, supply, and market a wide variety of aerosol products packaged in the aerosol delivery form. Now, for this presentation, I believe one of the more important parts of, that we need to start off with is what is an aerosol? And I say that because the average consumer doesn't necessarily know what an aerosol product is. They understand the type of product they are purchasing, such as their hairspray, insect repellent, or air freshener, or the brand name of the product. And I will say anecdotally here in DC, when I'm talking with other trades about aerosol products, I often hear that, from the people that I'm talking with, that they don't have aerosol products in their home, and when we start discussing the delivery form, they realize that they have several different types within their household. These products have gained their recognition and value, not just based on their ingredients, but also the delivery form itself that has created and defined and is inseparably bound to these product values proposition for the customer. The U.S. aerosol industry produces just by 4 billion aerosol products each year. Roughly 80% of those are in a steel container, and approximately 20% is in a high-grade aluminum container. Obviously, both metals are highly recyclable, and there's considerable environmental benefits when using recycled metal as opposed to virgin material. This slide shares a number of benefits which aerosol products provide. Hopefully, this was read before today or will be read after this presentation. And if there are questions on the benefits of the delivery system, please let me know, but I'll be skipping it otherwise. Here's a pie chart showing the breakdown of various products. For a category breakdown, the U.S. market is unique when compared to the rest of the world, and I say that because our overall percentage of personal care products is considerably less than what you would see in other countries. But with that said, depending on the market within the United States, you'll see a different set of product mixtures. Those with sun and beaches tend to get more sunscreen products. Aerosol or areas with more of a wilderness will have more insect repellents. But if you have questions on where individual products fit into this breakdown, just let me know, because there's a long list of products that fit into these various product groups, whether it is a cooking spray, disinfectant, asthma inhaler, spray paint, so on and so forth.
I'd like to highlight right here that it's only 12.63%. That's paints and finishes. The majority is household and personal care and auto. So just wanted to point that out.
Yep, and so just to share, we do an annual survey of the entire industry. We go to every manufacturer of aerosol products, as well as the container and valve suppliers within the industry, conduct a survey to get these numbers done.
Commissioner Ward, do you have a question? Can't hear you. I'm sorry.
It looks like that chart indicates that well over half of the products in aerosol containers contain hazardous materials. Would you agree with that statement?
So this chart, I wouldn't say shares that they contain hazardous materials, but it also depends on what hazard you're talking about. I mean, an aerosol by its nature is a pressurized container, so when the product is full or partially full, it's going to be hazardous just because of the pressure in itself.
And the contents, I'm seeing insect sprays, paints and finishes, auto, lube, and industrial. Those would all be hazardous. I would imagine that a good portion of the household products, although I acknowledge what you say, if there's any product in an aerosol container, it is by definition hazardous. The contents of the product itself, as I'm seeing it, about half of them are hazardous products themselves. That's what I'm trying to do.
Which hazard are you relating to? Are you relating to the flammability? Are you looking at more the chemistry and from a toxicity standpoint?
Any of those things that would label them as hazardous under California law. So that would be all of them.
Yeah, I don't have any data specific to that end of it, but it's certainly something that we can try to get a response for in terms of surveying for future needs then.
Thank you. Move on.
All right. So going into the heart of why we're here today, and that's discussing the recycling of aerosol products. And whenever I'm talking with someone in the recycling stream who doesn't accept aerosol containers, inevitably I hear about their fear that an aerosol container can cause a fire, and I think that gets to the heart of what you're going after here too. And so when I ask them about their experience with aerosols causing fires, particularly around any data that they may have, I get it. What I'll describe as an anecdotal story is that there was an aerosol can within the material where there was a fire, so this is then considered the cause. And going back to that little exchange there, I do feel it's important to state that not all aerosol products are flammable. Some don't undergo any sort of combustion, and there are also aerosol products that will put out a fire. So while we can't just naturally assume that every aerosol product is flammable, as it relates to the recycling stream, that is a conservative approach to make that they all pose that kind of hazard. Now, when an aerosol container does go through the recycling stream with contents that are flammable, it's important to remember that you need enough vapors to reach the lower explosion limits, and that is the amount needed for the vapors to ignite, provided that there is an ignition source. When many think of ignition sources, and this does include myself for when I was in R&D developing products that were flammable, it's common to think of things such as sparks and flames as ignition sources. But another common ignition source, and this one is you're all aware of because of your work on this issue, is batteries. And we are interested to see how the removal of batteries from the recycling stream may lead to a decreased concern over fire incidents, and how that could increase collection of other materials once that risk is significantly reduced. I mean, you all have talked about the data that's been coming in, whether it's EPA's report or other resources of the consequences of batteries in the recycling stream. And again, we are interested in seeing what would happen when that hazard is removed. We've had FM conduct a risk assessment of recycling aerosol containers. They concluded that the likelihood of an accident with no significant consequences was evaluated to be low or remote, while the likelihood of an accident with significant consequences, such as a fire, was evaluated to be very low. So this isn't to say that there is no risk, but FM did provide us with guidelines to reduce risk, such as minimizing the amount of stored flammable material around different parts of the sorting process, the baling area, and the bale storage area, removal of potential ignition sources around the baler and bale storage areas, and having adequate fire protection systems in the event that there is fire, as well as improved consumer awareness of not disposing partially used products into the recycling stream and instead disposing those within household hazardous waste programs. Now, the most recent project for the U.S. aerosol industry relating to the recycling of our containers concluded this past February. HCPA and the Can Manufacturers Institute, also known as CMI, sponsored resource recycling systems to survey MRFs and end markets on the barriers to recycle aerosol containers and identify solutions. We did this so that we can get a more accurate snapshot of the current state of affairs for recycling. This included 13 MRF operators composed of 11 independent MRFs and 2 national MRFs, which represent approximately 25% of the total number of MRFs in the United States and approximately 50% of the total U.S. tonnage. Because each MRF is a bit different from one another, we try to get a good picture across a number of different MRFs, both in size and location, and there was a MRF representative from California within this process. In my opinion, the most important thing we learned from this project is the robust end markets for steel and aluminum aerosol containers. In discussions with individual companies that recycle these materials, not only do they want more material, but if we were able to get every aerosol can recycled, they'd still want more. The steel aerosol containers remained within all the other steel material, while aluminum aerosol containers are typically sold with other non-used beverage container aluminum and gets turned into either deox or remelt scrapping goods. But we did also hear about, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I think we have a question from Commissioner Lapis.
Certainly.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, this is on the previous slide, although it's relevant to this one as well.
Okay.
So I think that the point you're raising is incredibly valid, right? So if I can boil it down to the way I understand it, it's basically if you put an aerosol in the recycling bin, chances are it'll end up in either the ferrous or non-ferrous will separate it and it'll end up getting recycled. And so the back end is there. But what I've heard from MRF operators is that the risk of fire is not worth it. And that consumers basically, consumers would not be able to differentiate that, some types of aerosols go in the recycling bin, some don't. And if it leads to any increase in
aerosols that are flammable in the recycling bin. It's not worth it. Now, if I understand your last slide correctly, you're saying that the actual risk of fire is overblown, no pun intended, and that it should not be as much of a risk as it is. So I'm curious just to hear from the MRF operators on the commission, and maybe this after you're done, I apologize for interrupting, if they agree with that, if that's their personal experience, if that's their client's experience, because I think that's the crux of the issue, is your previous slide, or this slide right here is the crux of the issue.
Yeah, and again, that isn't to say that there isn't any sort of risk. I mean, that, you know, we aren't saying anything of that nature. You know, I would say that an empty aerosol container, regardless of what the contents were previously, you know, that doesn't pose a hazard. I mean, by nature, it's going to be empty. And you know, when we get a little bit further onto a couple slides from here, you know, I'll get into more of what we are going to be doing into the future here to you know, help better, you know, whether, you know, develop data or from that data, you know, make more appropriate assessments and possibly redo this risk assessment with updated information. But, you know, certainly, you know, again, that isn't to say that there isn't a risk, but you know, from the assessment that we had done for us, and you know, there are assumptions being made into this assessment, particularly around, you know, again, with each MRF being a little bit unique in different manners. They had to make assumptions based on what a generic MRF was. So an individual MRF may have other, you know, complications that a generic wouldn't have, but again, there are general guidelines on how do we reduce that risk, and I would say that's not just for aerosols, but that's just good, you know, practices overall as well that we can get into if desired. But heading back over to this, go ahead.
No, why don't you go ahead and continue? I do find it, but I mean, to me, this is kind of getting to the crux of the issue that things get put on the market, the back end of the system is expected to deal with it. And even if it's a low risk, it's still a risk. And we still pay insurance, you know, to deal with these risks, and those costs are going up. So I just point out again, you know, the back end of the system is having to address the front end stuff coming at us without warning. And this particular category seems to be growing significantly in the market. So look forward to hearing the rest.
So just to make the comment about the you know, growth of the aerosol industry in the United States is rather a mature market. We have been relatively flat for the last 15 years. You know, over that period of time, the growth may be about 1%. So we're not even, you know, we're not keeping up with the growth of the population of the United States, just from that standpoint. You know, but you know, I will, you know, going back to this slide, you know, I will say that you know, beyond what I previously shared, we did also hear about challenges that MRFs identified with recycling of aerosol containers, and that also does go beyond whether the aerosol container is empty or not, and if the container isn't empty, you know, what sort of hazard may that pose? You know, for instance, if the steel aerosol container isn't punctured during the baling process, the sealed container can cause a molten metal splash when it's being smelted at a steel mill. On the aluminum side, because aluminum aerosols are a different grade of aluminum from used beverage containers, and you know, one with far fewer other non-aluminum elements than what is used in the used beverage container, we do use a higher purity grade of aluminum. The aluminum mills don't want them from that standpoint, and even though there are, you know, again, robust markets, it's not as easily obtainable as it would be if you could just include an aluminum aerosol container in with the used beverage containers. So that does go into, you know, what the aerosol industry is currently working towards. We want to get these products to a point where everyone recognizes these products as recyclable without question. Based on the feedback we've received thus far, which includes that RRS project, as well as other individual conversations we've had with various MRF operators and markets, we're looking to proceed with a number of projects to reach this vision for aerosol container recycling. This includes addressing data gaps that we have identified thus far, increase the acceptance of aerosol containers at MRFs, and improve consumer awareness of how to recycle their aerosol products. From a data gap standpoint, HCP and CMI previously shared with the Commission an overview of the data that we have on the acceptance of aerosol containers, both in looking at MRFs and at the population for California. Though that data is from 2016, and we're looking to obtain updated information with the changes in the marketplace. Based on our 2016 data, along with other data points that we have, aerosols do meet the requirements of the FTC Green Guides to be labeled recyclable. However, We recognize with the passage of SB 343 and the likely updates to the green guides that we will need additional data to support that claim. Determining the baseline of the recycling of aerosol containers within the state of California isn't as easy as it is for other materials, and that's something that we need to work at. While we know the number of products produced in the United States, and we can make assumptions based on population data on the number of aerosol cans sold into the state of California. There isn't any sort of data that's set that we can use to calculate the baseline. So this project will involve consultants going to MRFs within California and make measurements so that we can attain enough of a sample size to then determine what is the possibility of what that California baseline recycling rate is. There's also the question of whether or not aerosols entering the recycling stream are empty or not. So we're going to be looking to conduct measurements to help answer that question. Both in terms of weight as well as measuring any potential pressure a product may have residual entering the stream. Then there's also an environmental and economic impact project so that we can better tell the story of why recycling is beneficial both to consumers and to the recycling stream of aerosol products. And for the MRFs, going back to the it's not worth our while for the potential risk. I do think that gets back to the heart of making that economic case as to in our minds why it's beneficial, but again, so that they are armed with the information and I'll say that part of these conversations, particularly on the aluminum side, the aluminum containers are from what I'm being told are being sold to scrap dealers, essentially pennies on what they could potentially make, and so it's helping justify the economics of recycling the containers then. Regarding the acceptance of aerosol containers, we want to continue to engage with MRFs to understand their concerns. And at this point, we're hearing repetition, but you never know when someone else will bring something up. We want to work with the waste haulers to minimize their risk and showcase the economics. And we think that by hiring a consultant and offering that to MRFs on how to improve their operations is a step in that direction. There's also as I said, there's also the economic case of accepting aerosol containers, and even with those MRFs that already do accept, are they maximizing the value of these metals? And so that's something we also want to engage on, because we've heard, especially on the aluminum side, as I just mentioned, money essentially being left on the table, and that's something we want to address. We are looking at developing industry guidelines for communicating to consumers how best to communicate how to recycle. That's in part how we go about labeling aerosol products and what we can do to better educate consumers there. As well as creating toolkits that can be used online to help educate consumers that want to look online as to how to do it, as well as communicating with municipalities so that they can talk to their own individual people within their area. Part of that challenge.
Just a moment. We've got several people who are in the queue. So we've got Commissioner Dell and then Commissioner Ward, please.
Right. Thanks for the presentation. I mean, I think we all hope we can find a way to reclaim these products at some point and do it in the right way. I just wanted to let you know that this commission did a really detailed survey last year of what MRFs accept product by product. And there's 75 MRFs in California, and that spreadsheet is available to the public. There's 75 MRFs in California, and I just looked at our spreadsheet, and 44% accept aerosols. This is the data that we found. And then I was just actually looking up the US EPA report, I think from the 2017 report. I'm trying to find the 2018, but I think the aerosol recycle rate was at about 15% in the country. Anyway, it is important that we use facts, and I just wanted to bring this fact that the commission found that currently the acceptance rate is 44%, but we have no idea whether those are actually recycled after that in California.
So to those points, and as I mentioned, our data for the acceptance of 2016, which is why we want to go back and obtain updated information for that, so that we can compare and contrast that. And if California is below indeed below the 6%, which is what your research indicates, we need to address that. I mean, we need to address it anyways because we want everybody to accept aerosol cans. But and then going back to the baseline recycling rate, in conversations we've had with EPA, they don't have an overall baseline rate for aerosol cans. So that, again, that is something that we know for California we need to go off and address here. So anyways,
okay.
So going back to communicating the recycling of aerosol, or I'm sorry, are there any other questions before I continue?
Yes. Yes.
I have a quick one. So my concern is that essentially you're selling product that has consumer benefit, but you're essentially acknowledging that there is some risk, and MRF operators are essentially saying they don't want to take that risk on behalf of your product. And so what I would suggest is that you start addressing that very aggressively, in that the scrap value itself is probably not an adequate benefit to have these MRF operators start accepting these materials at a higher rate. So I think you're looking at equipment, processing, and specifically, I think you should be looking at underwriting the insurance of the operators that accept those products, because you really need to address the risk as part of your risk, as opposed to the risk and just assuming a MRF operator should take that on, because I'm not sure everybody agrees with that.
So I greatly appreciate that suggestion. It is something that we as an industry have discussed. We've also discussed the potential of, helping MRFs put in updated fire suppression systems as well to adequately handle any sort of risk that they have. So there are various options we can go about that, and we look forward to the engagement on that discussion. Part of that is we want to, because what we hear is I'll say anecdotal. We want to go off and actually measure things to go on and better determine what is that risk, so that we can adequately determine how best to proceed forward. But again, thank you for your suggestion on that one. And I will say, well, let's go past, we're looking on how to better educate consumers, and we don't need to necessarily get into that piece right now unless you want to. But I will say, at the end of the day, just like that, we want input from all stakeholders and to engage in dialogue on how to continue to increase providing. Again, in our minds, what is this, valuable recyclables to the end market through the most acceptable pathway for both consumers and waste haulers, while avoiding landfills and waste energy. As we've seen on this slide, again, there are a number of things that we're looking to do in 2022, and this list can always evolve to include other things as more ideas come up, such as whether it's underwriting insurance costs for those that accept, or whatever it may be. So what I will say is we are willing to pursue other projects if we are pointing towards a different direction. So in short, whatever is acceptable, whatever is an acceptable doorway, so that everybody succeeds here. We don't want to cause any issues of that kind. So with that, I would just like to thank you all and take any other questions that they may have.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. I appreciate it. I'll ask a question, then we've got a few in the queue. Has the industry at all looked at the cost benefit of actually investing in things like, the insurance and new equipment and all that stuff versus just delivering the product in something other than an aerosol?
So we have had conversations with fire suppression system companies on what that would look like. We have not done a deep dive into insurance costs, because so far, whenever we've asked questions about insurance, MRF operators have not been willing to talk about their specifics. And understandably so. I mean, I don't think that anybody wants to expose anything that their competition may have an advantage over. But we have had conversation about this fire suppression system. Specifically, we've talked to a company called Fire Rover about their equipment. And what
more
that
interested
looks like
in the source reduction piece of the question. I'm sure we can get into details about the cost of all the other stuff, but what I guess I'm saying is, usually prevention is cheaper than the cure. And so has there been any discussion about source reduction and getting the product delivered and other things besides aerosols?
So not so much in terms of moving away from the delivery form. There has been discussions and there has been efforts to move away in certain product categories from flammable items to such as the propellant to non-flammable propellants. That is a shift that is taking place in the marketplace today for various reasons. So that risk is being reduced while still using the aerosol delivery form. Is to say transition from a hydrocarbon propellant to say nitrogen. That is taking place in product categories.
Yeah. So basically, no, just reformulating the propellant. Okay, so I think we've got a couple of other commissioners, and then we've got to get to our next presenter, and then we can do a big panel at the end with more questions. So we'll do Commissioner Lapis and then Osagura, and then we can start teeing up Andrew so that we don't have to worry about switching the slides too much, so we can probably take this set down. Commissioner
Okay.
Lopez?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for letting me talk again. I think this is really important. I think what Heidi brought up is a very interesting angle about maybe the industry helping to fund some of the fire suppression, but also on the source reduction side as well. Because, I feel like we need to find a way to make these products recyclable or phase them out of the system, because the embedded energy in a steel can or an aluminum can aerosol is just so huge that if that product is not recyclable, if it doesn't get recycled, it almost feels like the worst case scenario from a packaging perspective. And it does come down to the MRFs feeling comfortable and accepting it. And I guess part of the purpose for this whole commission was to give local governments and curbside MRF operators an opportunity to speak directly to manufacturers instead of just getting, handed stuff that they have to deal with on the back end. So I do think this is a really important conversation that we need to keep having. I'm thinking in the context of 343 and labeling, but could we maybe get to a point where there is a label that, says something like recyclable when empty on, non-hazardous, non-flammable aerosols, or is there something along those lines where we could get to a point where MRFs are comfortable telling consumers to put it in the blue bin? Because right now I think they're not, but it's something, again, that I feel like we need to either figure out or frankly move away from this packaging.
So, Commissioner Lopez, what I'll say is that, certainly let's continue this dialogue. I think that the starting point. What I will say though is, you've made the comment that, there's a lot of energies in these containers, but what I'll say is when the container is empty, that energy is gone. And the reason why one of the projects we want to look at is to assess.
Actually, Nicholas, I think what he was referring to was actual embodied energy in the actual can, not how much pressure was in the can.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, just embodied energy of steel and aluminum as material types.
Okay. What I'll say though is that when the container is empty, the flammable hazard it no longer exists, and so that's something that we have to explore, is to understand what is the shape of these cans showing up and as they enter into the MRF. Is it that is it 99.9% of cans are actually empty as they approach there? Is it whatever that percentage may be? That's something we have to realize to say, what is the current state of affairs, so that something can be done about it. There's been discussions on, is there, when the consumer is done with it, a safety valve so that the consumer can release that safety valve, and the contents is then released so that the container then is going in and not serving as that hazard then. Is there something that we can engineer of that regard then?
My response to that though would be, why would we release stuff to the air and pollute the air for no reason if it's not? I don't know. I just think there's a lot of in-depth discussions that need to happen around this, and it's going to be probably referred to a committee so we can continue to work on this. Let's go with Commissioner Usagura, and then we'll move on to our next speaker and the panel at the end.
Chair, this is more of a comment than it is a question. I guess, for me, and I think I will speak a little bit here for the industry. Vehicle fires are not anecdotal. They happen all the time. Major fires have occurred in Southern California, Northern California. And so I guess I take exception to the word anecdotal. Facility fires are not anecdotal. There has been significant fires in many of the recycling facilities up and down the state. I'm not saying specifically, Nicholas, that it was your product specifically caused those, but in many instances, it's quite likely that it was. And so that's not anecdotal. And so, to further respond to the comments that you have made, definitely we would like to see, the safety, study that you've done, and how was it done? How many products, how did you measure that these cans are empty and not flammable and do not cause fires? And so for us to have a response to your anecdotal comment, I would like to, see if we have a copy of that study. That would be my comments, Chair.
and certainly I don't mean to diminish when a fire does happen. That was not my intent, and I apologize if it came off in that manner. My comment was more just in terms of what the cause of the fire was. That's the piece that we hear the stories that an aerosol caused it, and when you ask the question of how do you know that the aerosol caused it, that's the piece that remains the unknown. I certainly don't want to diminish both the risk that fires pose or when they happen. Certainly for across all material types that can pose that hazard. We as a society need to do something about that, and I would say that the aerosol industry wants to step up and do that. Relating to the emptiness of the container, that is something that we look to do in 2022. We don't have the data on that, but certainly we would more than be happy to share that data once we have it, so that we can engage that conversation then.
And we're going to take one more question and then quickly move on to the next speaker. Commissioner Ferrante, please.
Yeah, thanks. Not a question so much as a comment. I want to echo a lot of the comments that I'm hearing coming from a lot of the commissioners, and to kind of pull together what Commissioners Ward and Sanborn and Lapis were saying. The value in the material does not appear to be worth the risk to the facility operators. And that's what Commissioner Oseguera was saying. I mean, vehicle fires, facility fires are on the rise. And I really want to, I'm really intrigued by Commissioner Ward's suggestion that, and I'm not to lay into aerosols, because there are several products in the waste stream that could be causing fires, aerosols, batteries, et cetera. But for any product where there is this risk of fire, that those producers take on that risk themselves and take on that concern as their own concern. Thanks, Commissioner Lapis, for saying what you said about, the whole point of this is to kind of get a say in these products before they enter the waste stream, and we have to clean up these problems. So the truck fires, the facility fires, the insurance issues associated with that are very, very serious. So thanks, Commissioner Ward. I think that's a great idea about having these product manufacturers take on that risk and that liability and be part of that solution for the MRF operators.
Thank you. I think, Nicholas, at this point, we're going to, and I just want to reiterate that this is what I've been working on for over almost 15 years, is the fact that all these costs have been externalized from the manufacturers onto the waste haulers, the environment, local governments, and it's unsustainable. And so we need to look at all the different costs and externalities and figure out how to get them back where they belong, which is in who makes and designs and sells and profits from these products. Otherwise, we have socialized costs in the waste stream. So with that, I'll end this part of it until we get to the end. And then Nicholas, if you have other things you'd like to say and share with us, we'll be happy to take it at the end of the other presenters. So thanks again very much for being here. We really appreciate it. And we're going to turn it over now.
Thank you all for your time.
Yeah, oh no, and we'll look forward to hearing from you more at the end. We'll turn it over now to Andrew. Hopefully we've got Andrew's system up. Awesome, thank you. Welcome back.
I apologize for that. That was, I'm still struggling with the thing. So good morning and thanks. My name's Andrew Johnston. I'm a fine artist. I'm also the director of Big Picture Arts. We're a not-for-profit. We work with graffiti offenders to work with empathy and trying to redirect them to making art without victims. We also advise juvenile justice systems, schools, cities, county agencies, and I also occasionally have the pleasure of presenting to international conferences on graffiti. I know this is a conversation about paint aerosols, but you can see that there's a huge overlap between the problems with graffiti and paint aerosols. Human beings have painted on walls as long as we've had walls. Expressing themselves through art is a really uniquely human instinct, and it's part of our DNA, and it's something that can't really be turned off, especially during years of puberty. Over the past 40 years, as we've removed arts and crafts and engineering from our schools, it's left a creative void, and without a positive direction, it's assumed a negative outlet of graffiti. In history, however, the tools available were small and impermanent until we get to Ed Seymour. In 1951, Ed Seymour invents the paint aerosol can. and that starts the nuclear age of graffiti. By the Paris riots of 1967, it had become the tool of choice of the graffiti artist. It's concealable. It lends itself to a font that's angry and immediate, and we live with its problems every day in our cities. How much is this costing us, graffiti? You're going to have to start breathing into a paper bag because this is going to get a little rough. Graffiti is costing us, for cleanup and introduction, is somewhere around $20 billion. That's a tough number to deal with. It's more than we spend on the space program. It's 4 times the amount of property loss than from stolen cars. And if you start piling up dollar bills, $1 million is a stack of $100 bills 43 inches tall. $20 billion is a stack of $100 bills 73,000 feet tall. If you stepped off the stack, it'd take you 7.5 minutes of free fall before you hit the ground, and we spend that every year. If that weren't bad enough, there's also the environmental costs. If you laid the 500 million aerosol cans, paint aerosol cans I'm dealing with, not regular aerosol, but paint is my concentration. If you laid them end to end, they go around the Earth 2.5 times. That's how many we're talking about. And this will give a good idea of how many we're dealing with here. It's 12 to a case, 6 to a pallet. And if you sprayed that all out, it'd occupy 369 square miles. And if you drove around it, it'd take you over 2 hours to drive around that paint at freeway speeds. And we do it every year. So what's in the can? Well, you've heard that noise. That's the sound of the urban landscape. That's the P, the agitator in the bottom. There's some paint in there. There's a propellant in there. The propellant is propane. It's the same stuff that's in your backyard barbecue. And this is the DNA of aerosols. It's a list of stuff that you shouldn't do. There's acetone, there's methylene chloride, there's toluene, there's xylene. And some of these products are terribly damaging to your nervous system and to your brain. It causes permanent brain damage. And kids find a cheap high by inhaling these things. They attach to the dopamine receptors in the brain, and it's almost an addictive thing, just like major drugs are. We also have to look at the transfer efficiency rate. What that is when you press the valve on the top, how much stuff goes onto what you're painting and how much stuff goes into the air. And with paint aerosols, it's surprisingly low. It's about 40% goes on what you're painting and about 60% goes into the atmosphere. And remember, these are some volatile organic compounds and some really desperately bad ones. This is to scale for a presentation I made in Sacramento. And that's how much paint, volatile organic compounds we're putting into the atmosphere every year, just from paint aerosols. Do not puncture. We keep hearing this, as you were talking about it, people were saying, oh, you shouldn't put those things in garbage because they're under pressure. People don't realize how much pressure. It's nearly 8 times atmospheric pressure. And remember, this is a volatile bomb of hydrocarbons. Don't do that. So what do we do with the waste? Well, there's the paint care system. It seems to be a great solution to the problem. You take there's the till charge that's put on your bill, and there's a recycling program and responsible end-use disposal. You hardly even notice it going onto your bill. It sounds like a perfect solution to the problem of paint aerosols, except they don't take paint aerosols. They take paint, they take this, but they don't take paint aerosols. And the paint lobby successfully argued that paint aerosols are not an architectural coating. Well, that may be so, but I'll tell you what, they are an architectural coating if they're sprayed onto your architecture in the middle of the night. And then it becomes your problem, not their problem. In fact, what do you do with these things? I mean, my struggle is with graffiti. And in all fairness, it's not with the paint industry. But I don't see them taking responsibility for this in the slightest bit. I might be a little bit more generous if I saw a glimmer of contrition or ownership of the problem, but all I see is them moving the problem to somebody else's doorstep. I'm not saying that the paint industry started this war, but they've certainly provided the bombs and bullets. And if they were an oil company and messed up a beach, they'd be expected to clean it up. And if you take one of the rattle cans and you divide that 20 billion by the 500 million, you get the average amount of damage per can. And every can that's produced, once it gets onto the streets, it results in $50 worth of damage once it gets onto the streets. And in fact, CAPCO, which is a foundation which is sponsored by the aerosol paint industry, suggests that you throw them into the household waste. And that's typically what happens. A realistic scenario is that somebody buys a can of spray paint to do a small project. The can holds enough paint to cover 25 square feet, but the project needs to be far less. So that partially used can gets put in the shed along with all the other used cans, and they pile up for a number of years until you can't stand it anymore, and you throw them in the garbage with the rest of the other stuff. That's typically what happens. They're not going to recycling. And this is what we're dealing with. 100 years it takes for a paint can to settle down into a recycling. So what can we do? Well, I've got 3 suggestions. Immediately, we should put paint aerosols and include it into the paint care program. I'm suggesting that we put $1 on each paint aerosol that's returned. If we did that, it could potentially raise $500 million. And I'm suggesting that what this is used for is to be used for cleanup and also to buy art supplies for Title I middle schools so that we can deal with the problem of graffiti at the source, which is this creative outlet. However, I have problems with paint care because paint care was spawned from the ACA, the American Coatings Association. It's actually an organ of the paint industry. And it was set up kind of to divert EPA and federal regulations away from the paint industry itself by setting up its own organization. I think there's huge problems of oversight, and it's kind of like the wolves watching the sheep. I think that it needs state oversight, an audit, and I would like the money taken in, if it's included within paint care, to be put into a separate escrow account so that it can be more accurately dispersed. Other alternative might be a complete ban on these products. Now, that sounds draconian, but many products reach the end of their useful life. Once upon a time, paint had lead in it. We don't do that anymore. DDT was sprayed at public pools on kids. We don't do that anymore. There were flame retardant asbestos baby blankets. We don't do that anymore either. And whale oil lamps once lit every kitchen in America. But maybe paint aerosols have come to their end of their responsible, useful life. I'd like you to consider that. The final thing we can do is nothing. We continue to absorb $20 billion in damage, 154 million pounds of VOCs, and have $500 million of these things going into our landfills every year. The trade-off is that we have nicely painted yard furniture, but I don't see that as a good bargain for our societies. I really thank you for your time. I hope I kept it within 10 minutes. I'm going to put a couple of links on the in the chat so that you can download my book. It's called Contents Under Pressure, appropriately enough. And it goes into very deeply into the problems around graffiti and also the problems around paint aerosols. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I just want to highlight that the chat is only seen by the commissioners. And so whatever you put in there, Commissioner Ward, if you could quickly upload it to the Google so that everybody can follow. And I guess is this the link here, Andrew? Bigpicturearts.com.
That's our website. How can I get off screen, off present? Oh, there we go. Here it goes. If I do that,
I just want to make sure the public can.
Well, I'll put it in the chat afterwards. Does anybody have any questions? I'm sure you do.
I'll just start by saying thank you. This was very informational, and I did want to highlight that as a person who worked very hard on the paint care program to get it started, there is state oversight of that program by CalRecycle, and they get audited financials, and while they're in charge of the program, they have to, the goals are set by the state, and or at least the state has to approve the goals set that the industry puts in, and ultimately has the final say. So yeah, I just want to make sure you know that. So Commissioner Valle.
Thank you, Andrew, for that presentation. I thought that your recommendation about putting a tariff, a bounty, a charge on every can makes a lot of sense. When you buy a beer bottle, you pay a nickel. And same thing with a soda, you pay a nickel. And that's the recycling program that we have in the state of California. I'm not sure with regard to this presentation and the previous presentation, do we have a charge on aerosol cans at the counter? And if so, where does that money go?
I can say one thing to that, that the Air Board has a program that's a $10 charge for refrigerants for cars. Those containers have very toxic, very climate damaging gases. And so they chose to put $10 deposit per can that the producers are now running and doing the PR campaign for to get them back. So there is a precedent there through the AIR program for that. That's the only one I'm aware of.
Yeah, my thought is if you're buying a can of hairspray or whatever it is, an aerosol can for painting, if we put a charge on those cans, that would make a lot of sense as opposed to, for example, in the previous presentation, fire suppression systems, which are costs that we, the MRF operators, we have fire sprinklers overhead in our warehouse. We have fire sprinklers overhead on our sorting line. We have fire sprinklers underneath our sorting line. We have fire sprinklers over our baler. We have fire sprinklers throughout the entire system, but we can't insert fire sprinklers inside our balers or inside piles of recyclables that are waiting to be recycled. And it's usually the contact between a blade and a can, aerosol can, when that friction is made and that contact is made, that it creates the ignition. We've had several fires inside our balers with the ram as it moves forward, back and forth with friction and a volatile substance inside the baler, which you have no control over. And then we've had several fires on the recycling floor when a front loader blade moves in contact with the cement and something that causes friction, ignite a can literally on the fire, on the floor. So there's different ways of these things that ignite, and it doesn't take much material to be inside these cans to ignite these fires. You'd be surprised how often. It's probably about every third day that we have a minor fire inside the baler or on the recycling floor. It's rare that it happens on the sort line because everything is exposed and open. Wow. So I just wanted to throw in those comments. And thank you, Andrew, for your presentation.
in my presentation, I suggested $1 on each can. And earlier in the presentation, I pointed out that we're incurring $20 billion a year in graffiti damage nationally, and there's 500 million. And I said that the aggregate amount of damage per can comes out to about $50. Every can that's produced is responsible for $50 worth of graffiti damage somewhere in our community. So a $1 charge is only representing about 2% of the offset of the damage. I think that's entirely reasonable. And yeah, I had no idea, Richard, that the incidence of fire is so prevalent. I've heard of paint aerosols being in cars and heating up to, cars can get well over 100 degrees. And I've heard of them exploding and catching fire in vehicles. So it doesn't surprise me that that could happen in a recycling facility. If I, parenthetically, if I have to go and do a presentation out of state, I can't get on a jet with a paint aerosol because it's considered too dangerous to go on board a jet. But I can go down to Hayes Hardware and buy as many as I want. Does this make sense?
We're going to have to keep moving, unfortunately, to stay on time. So there's 2 more commissioners that have comments. I'll ask you to keep them very quick, and then we'll move the rest to the end. So Commissioners Ward and Donlevy, please.
My quick comment is that while I applaud the idea of incorporating aerosol paints into the paint care program, I do feel that aerosols as a package have the same problem as batteries do, in that customers, when instructed to put any aerosol in any particular place, will probably do that with all aerosols, but not necessarily just for paint or just for whatever you designate. So I think it's important that if we think about how we craft a program for aerosols, that it does address all aerosols. I also think the presenter should understand that right now aerosols are technically not recyclable in California, and we really want to get to the point where they are. That will take aggressive action. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward. I just put in the chat the link to the Air Board's deposit program for small automotive refrigerant containers, so everybody can see that. And then if you could post that on the Google Docs so the public could see it too, I'd appreciate it. And then quickly, Commissioner Donlevy.
Yes, thank you. Andrew, very good presentation. Your work is very impressive. I've seen it over at TriSed, and I agree with Commissioner Valle. With the birds flying into the forest, it looks like a park. So beautiful work that you've done over there. Thank you for your suggestion about the $1 deposit. I think, as Commissioner Sanborn has pointed out, with the automotive refrigerant program, I think that is the solution for that product. I think we've seen it with the used motor oil, where consumers put down a deposit per quart, and they're able to take it back to different locations to get their money back. And we've seen it with the bottle bill. You know, all those wheels are running. The state knows how to run those programs. Some good, some improvements definitely needed. For aerosols, I think it could be a solution. I like the $1 suggestion for food grade aerosols, but I would put a higher number on flammables and chemicals because those are the most serious ones that are causing exposures and fires. I've taken an employee to the hospital because pesticide material or something that was in an aerosol got in the person's face up on the sort line. So I would support a deposit program for aerosols, but I would put a higher premium on the hazardous waste items that are basically purchased over the counter. And then the state could do that with in-store take back. They could even go back to recycling centers, household hazardous waste facilities. I think we have the infrastructure in California to roll such a system out. So thank you for your presentation and simple solution.
Thank you so much. Great presentation, Andrew. Look forward to hearing you at the end here. We're going to move on now to our third presenter, Manny Chung. He's with the Canadian Stewardship Program called Product Care. It started as Paint Care, and then they evolved to take on all kinds of different products, many of them if not all, are toxic and hazardous. So Manny's been an expert in running this program. We invited Mark Kirshner. Mark is the program manager for the entire, or director, and Manny is the operator of the program. So we're super fortunate to have him. Welcome, Manny. Can we go ahead and turn this over to you? You ready?
Yes, thank you, Heidi. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. And we can see the screen, but it's
Hello,
not
can
full
everyone hear me?
screen yet. Let's go to
Okay.
full screen. And the key for us, Manny, is not only the what you do, but the money flow and who's in charge, who pays, all that kind of stuff.
Right. Oops. Sorry, I'm having a little difficult getting it to full screen, so.
There is an option to swap the two displays in the section you just were. I think that will do it.
Hang on 1 second, sorry about that.
An icon.
Does that work?
No,
Yeah,
it's still showing us the second slide.
Yeah, if you go to the display settings and you swap the presenter view and
Okay. Right. It's not allowing me to do that function, unfortunately.
okay.
Okay, well, I guess what we can. All right. Well, would you like us? Would it be easier for the commissioners if we have Commissioner Ward present it through the Google Docs folder so they could see it?
I think so. Otherwise, it'll be kind of small and hard for the public to view.
Thank you for that.
Commissioner Ward?
Documents where is that fold? Where is this document?
The Google folder. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
This is Laura. I can pull it up really quick.
That might be easiest.
My apologies. I'm so used to Zoom and Teams GoToMeetings, just not.
I know everybody's got a different system. This is fine. Okay, we can see it now.
Okay.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Well, good morning, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity for inviting us to present today. We've been asked to provide a high-level overview of how aerosols are managed in Canada, specifically related to the programs that Product Care Association manage under a stewardship program. I want to make it clear we're not here to advocate whether they should be managed under a stewardship program or how they should be managed, but merely to respond to the requests of saying what's happening in Canada with related to aerosols. So that's really what my presentation is about. A little bit about myself. I'm the Vice President of Operation for Product Care Association, and I've been in the hazardous waste management industry and the stewardship industry for approximately 30 years. So, and focus mainly on the development of programs, the implementation of programs, and the day-to-day operations of program, along with regulatory compliance and filings and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, so I'll give a short high-level presentation. Feel free to stop me and ask questions, and we'll go with there. So if you don't mind, next slide, please. So just the agenda, a little bit about Product Care Association, then talk about the framework of how we operate our programs, which include some aerosol products, and then we'll talk a little bit about the types of aerosol products that are managed under our programs. We don't manage all of them, but only specific types of aerosol. And then we'll talk a little bit about how we manage those aerosols. So next slide, please. So getting to a bit about Product Care Association, if we can move to the next slide. So we are basically a not-for-profit industry association that was really developed in 1994 with the first stewardship regulation or law that was passed in North America, and that was in British Columbia in 1994. We're federally incorporated as a nonprofit, and really a result of extended producer responsibility regulations. We act on behalf of industry to meet the obligations of EPR regulations, and our board is really made up of industry-based directors representing different sectors, including retail, manufacturers, distributors, but also different product categories. And we'll get into that a little bit later on, and you can see. So as I mentioned, we're responsible for meeting the compliance of the regulations on behalf of those industry members. And the products that we are currently managing within our organization is paint, household hazardous waste, lighting products, and smoke alarms. You'll see a little later on, we also help other industries in terms of dealing with other types of stewardship programs, but they're not what I'll call in-house programs. Next slide, please. Out of the 10 provinces in Canada, we operate in 9 provinces with stewardship programs. And the one province that's glaring will be Alberta. Alberta is, their regulatory framework isn't what we call a true extended producer regulation framework. It doesn't assign the responsibility over to industry. It does require industry to pay, but not allow industry to come up with a solution. So that's the only reason why we're not in the 10th province. Of note of interest, we also operate the lamp recycling, mercury lamp recycling program in the Washington state, working in cooperation with NEMA, the Industry Trade Association for Lighting Products. We worked with PaintCare was mentioned earlier. We did work with PaintCare to implement their first stewardship program in Oregon. And also in the background to provide some support when they moved to California and Connecticut as well. So we are currently behind the scenes working with the mattress recycling program in California that you folks are very familiar with. And we kind of help them on the more administrative side in the background and so forth. So below, there's a list of the product categories we have and the provinces that we have stewardship programs specifically for. And I won't go through each one of those, but you can certainly see the variety that we have. And the reason why they are, why there's more paint than HHW, it's because those provinces, we respond to regulations. So for example, if you look at Nova Scotia, there's no HHW program. That's because there's no HHW regulations. However, there's HHW regulations in BC, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario, and that's why we're there. And then at the bottom, you'll see that there are a couple other ones that are regulated in British Columbia, such as small appliance and power tools, and then outdoor electrical equipment. So we also provide management services for those programs. It's not our program, but we help them manage their program. So next slide, please.
Just confirm, the alarms are have radioactive components, correct? The smoke alarms?
Only certain types of alarms. There are 2 types of alarms. One is has a radioactive cell in there, but the radiation levels is extremely low. Obviously, there are rules and regulations around that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have it in our household and things like that. But not all alarms have a radioactive component to it.
Yeah, I was surprised because a lot of people don't know that. Thanks.
Actually, I think if you look at the back of it, there is usually a symbol on there that if you pay close attention, you'll usually see it. So this slide just gives you a more pictorial view of the programs in which province we operate. You can see every province is colored in turquoise or teal, with the exception of Alberta, and the icons indicate the type of programs that we currently operate in those programs. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk a little bit about the framework in terms of how our programs are operated and how they're funded, how they're governed, and things like that. So next slide, please. So the key thing is that all our programs are regulated under an extended producer regulation. So that is the driving force behind these programs that we operate. It's regulated by the province, which it's equivalent of the states in the US. The 4 categories we currently have within product care are paint, household hazardous waste, and I should say, the categories related to aerosols are captured under the paint regulation, the household hazardous waste regulation, and the paper and packaging regulation. So those are the regulations of stewardship programs that have a component that deals with aerosols. The way they're funded is typically funded by industries, and the industry could be defined as the producer, the first importer, the retailer, the distributor, and more challenging, the online sales people as well. And the definitions vary by province, just like your state regulations vary by state. And so we have the same challenge here is the regulations vary in terms of definition, vary in terms of requirements and so forth. The regulations typically require an approved program plan by the regulatory body. So the regulation spells out what the requirements are. The industry puts forward a program plan, usually through a stewardship organization such as ourselves. And within that stewardship plan, it states how we're going to address the requirements of the regulation. And then the oversight body, in some cases, it's the Ministry of Environment. Sometimes it is a delegated authority that does a review and then approves it or disapproves it and so forth. Usually once it's approved, then the program has to start and operate. So, so it's really another term that we use for our stewardship programs or organizations is producer responsibility organization. And these are the folks that typically manage the program on behalf of the industry, the obligated industry members. The program, the regulations typically cover certain areas that the program must deliver on. So the program responsibilities include public education, province-wide collection, transportation system, obviously a material management system, regulatory compliance and reporting, and in some cases, performance measures as well. They're typically, these programs are typically funded through what we call environment handling fees, much like the mention like Paint Care has a fee. That's the same way that Product Care operates in terms of the products that we will talk a little bit later on. We have those fees. The paper and packaging, the fees are not visible. They are, paid by industry, but it's not passed as a separate fee to the consumer because they're fractions of whatever pennies and things like that, depending on the type of material, the volume of material, things like that. So the regulations provide flexibility in general, not all the cases, whether the fee rates can be visible or invisible or internalized, and the fee rates are set and determined typically by the producer responsibility organizations. So it's not set by the regulator, but the fees are set intended to build up enough funds to operate the program on an annual basis. In some cases, a bit of reserve fund is created to be able to smooth out, the ups and downs of sales and other influences that are beyond the control of the industry. So that's usually how it's managed. The funds are obviously fully separated and used for the management of the programs. In many cases, the annual reporting requires the submission of financial audits and reports to verify the numbers that were, the fees that were collected and how much fees were expended at, and so forth. As I mentioned before, it could be the oversight could be the Ministry of Environment itself or a designated oversight body by the ministry. So. Any questions? If not, I'll continue on. Okay, hearing none, I will continue on then. So just moving on to products, and if we can move to the next slide, please. So just to give you an idea of the products that are covered. So the regulations typically obligate consumer products and exclude industrial formulation. So we're not talking about things that you would use in OEM applications or things like that. And that's typically the regulation. Not always the case, but in general. Under our program, and I'm going to speak specifically to our programs right now, Aerosols are captured under two product categories. One is the paint programs, the other is the HHW program. So under the paint program, general definitions more or less go around paints and stains and so forth. Typically architectural paint sold in aerosol containers and also includes already empty containers. So that's the common theme across the 8 programs that we have related to paint. We've made a determination as an organization as it's difficult to differentiate between for a consumer whether the aerosol can was an industrial application one or a consumer application. Whether you use it to touch up your car as a spray paint versus spray paint using on your barbecue, whatever. We decided as an organization that we would include all paint aerosols. This includes something like maybe not as familiar with you folks, but tree marking paint. It's BC, British Columbia, for example, has a huge industry for forestry, and not many people do know, but they actually use a ton of spray paints to mark the trees for the processing and so forth. So there's our programs include all spray paint into our program, regardless of use and application and so forth. So that's the paint program. In our HHW program, the aerosols are typically covered under 4 categories. One being a flammable liquid or solvent category, the second one being a pesticide category, and then a corrosive category and a toxic category. Now, not all our HHW programs are the same. So in British Columbia, the regulation only obligates flammable liquids and pesticide. It doesn't obligate toxics and corrosive. In Manitoba, it would obligate all 4. So what I list here is just broad scope, what are covered in our programs across the board. Now they're defined.
I'm sorry, can you answer one quick question? In any of these programs, since the commission was just asking about this, is there a deposit on any of these cans for to incentivize consumers to return them correctly?
The model we have is not a deposit model. The model is very similar to Paint Care's model. So when you go buy these products, you pay environmental handling fee up front. And that, in our mind, hopefully triggers the consumer to say, hey, I remember paying a fee on that. I'm done with thing. That fee has to have a purpose, and there must be a home for this and just thrown in the garbage can. So yes, the fees are paid, but not in the form of deposit. So when you return it at a collection site, there's no money given back to you. So it's an upfront fee to pay for the management of that product.
Yeah, so it's just a visible fee program managed by the producers, but there's no deposit to ensure return. Okay.
That's correct. And in most cases, it's visible. Not all cases. I got to make that clarity. So.
Okay. And can you give us a range of what those costs are per can?
Yep, for sure. So for paint, and again, for us, every program stands on its own financial merits because the cost of doing business in British Columbia is different than the cost of doing business in Ontario. Things are all different, but we want to have transparency that the money collected for the BC program is used for the BC program and not used for the Ontario program. So we have separate financial accounting for each program and separate tracking of what was sold in British Columbia and what the expenditures were, so forth. So just give you an idea for paint, the fee range for a paint aerosol can ranges from 20 cents to 45 cents. And that fee rate is determined by our board. So if a particular program is running into a deficit, then we have the ability to adjust the fee higher so that we have enough funds to run the program. Because if we don't have the funds, we have nowhere else to get the funds. So it has to come from the stewards, and therefore we set the fees to make sure that they're sufficient to be able to manage and operate the program. In terms of the HHW fee category, it ranges anywhere from a penny to 15 cents, just because there's different sizes. Typically aerosols can range in those broad, categories. Paint is very specific. It's very uniform. and very consistent. In the HHW area, it's all over the place. And so we've got different fee rate and depending on the size and things like that. Just to give you a sense of probably one of the questions, well, how much do we actually get back? So on a program like British Columbia, where we have a population of a bit over 5 million, on an annual basis, we're collecting anywhere over 700,000 units of spray paint cans only. So that gives you a size of, obviously every program is different depending on the maturity of the program and depending on a lot of it is the behavior of the consumers. We're quite a green province, if I can say that proudly to say. And so we tend to do the right thing most times. But switching back to definition, want to make it clear that it's not all, flammable aerosols. It's the regulation sets the definition. In this case, in British Columbia, the determining factor is the flash point of the contents of the aerosol can. Obviously, all aerosol cans, if they have a flammable propellant, such as propane, will be flammable. We're focusing on the content. Whether, the most common thing you'll see is like WD-40, for example, is something that would be captured under the solvents category in British Columbia. So the pesticide, again, it's not all pesticides. It must have two components, one being the Pesticide Registration Act number on it. So it's registered as federally as a pesticide active ingredient and the poison symbol on it. So you could go out and buy some pesticides that won't have the poison symbol. The poison symbol is really a level of hazard, in our terms anyways, that the active ingredients can pose to the consumers. Corrosive, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna let Commissioner Ward ask a question real quick, and then we're gonna have to move on.
Okay. Just wondering are there any aerosol products that are non-hazardous that are included in the program? And if they're not included in the program, are they contaminants in the program, and how do you manage those?
Okay, so yeah, my next slide will address partly that, and if I don't address it completely, please raise that question again. So I just wrap, I won't go into too much detail, but you get the sense of how they're defined. It's specific in regulation. As I note, all our paint aerosols and HHW aerosols are collected through a depot system or a collection site system. We do have a few events, but those aren't our main method of collection. There are limited empty aerosol containers that are collected through what we call the blue box, or you might call the curbside program. So next slide, please. So we talked about what aerosols are captured under our programs. Now, there's another program, and I'm by no means any expert on it. So I'll give you just a high level. If you're interested in details, I'm sure Heidi can link you up with the other program. But my understanding, again, this is my understanding, that in the paper and packaging program, or the blue box program, or curbside program, empty cosmetic beauty products, hairsprays, and air freshener, shaving creams, the ones that I think Commissioner Ward was mentioning, non-hazardous, where they go? Well, the curbside blue box program is able to take it. But again, they have programs throughout Canada as well in certain provinces, and they may differ from province to province as well. So I'm not sure they collect all of them, but they certainly, when you look it up, it looks like they collect a good amount of the other non or less hazardous, I'll call it, depending what it is. It really depends on what the propellant is in there. I think in terms of these products, obviously they're not really meant to be hazardous. We're putting it on our skins and we'll put it on and so forth, but there's the propellant factor. Some I assume are non-flammable propellants, and others may be, not sure. Next slide, please. So we'll talk a little bit about what happens and how do we manage these products. Next slide, please. So in Canada and likely in the US, the aerosols are classified and managed as hazardous waste. So that means that they're subject to the Transportation of Dangerous Goods regulation, which is federal, kind of your DOT equivalent. And also There may be additional provincial regulations that are layered on top of the transportation of dangerous goods. They are, in most cases, subject to fire code regulations for storage if it's over certain amounts and things like that. So you may have to put a cage around the area that is storing lots of, spray paint or household hazardous waste aerosols. Typically, the propellant in the products that we handle are flammable, and it's propane and things like that. And so that is part of the hazard as well. You'll see on the right-hand side the machine called the cruncher. That is really what we say specialized equipment. So we have one of these crunchers ourselves. It's a specialized piece of equipment that is designed to process aerosols under a intrinsically safe and environment. So basically, there's a hopper that opens up. You pour the aerosol cans in. It closes. A nitrogen blanket's hooked to the machine that forces all the oxygen and air out of the system. So even if you have friction, fire, things like that, there's no oxygen, you don't have fire. So what happens then is that mechanical action takes process, and the cans are broken and squished. The paint, the residual paint, it comes out through the bottom and we pump that into a drum and manage it accordingly. The propellant, interesting enough, is not just let through the air. We actually evacuate that out of the system, the propellant, the nitrogen, and then we recompress it back into cylinders, and then we send that for hazardous waste management treatment. So what you see on the bottom are bricks, they're called metal bricks actually, and that's the result of hundreds of cans of aerosol cans being crushed at high pressure to produce that. Each one of those bricks are not too big, but they weigh about 20 to 30 pounds, depending on the size that we set it at. The picture in the middle is a bunch of those bricks, and you can see the color. It could be art, depending on what color aerosol cans went in. I could say that in this batch, probably a lot of tree marking paint because it's so consistent that you're having one color, which is kind of the bluish color. And that's how we can determine that. The residuals in terms of the HHW, we have to manage that either physically, chemically treated, or incinerate, depending on what the contents were. In terms of the paint residual, we're using it for energy recovery because there's so much different formulations and volumes are low that we can't really, it's not feasible to try to recycle that product into recycled content paint as we do with liquid paint. We'd certainly do that. And then the empty containers, including these bricks, are sent to scrap metal recyclers and into the recycling market. So one of the things that I will caution is when aerosols are included under a stewardship program, it's not, it's more complicated than your standard, paper and packaging or something like that at the collection site, transportation, processing. Obviously, you have to look at local bylaws in terms of, and then fire code, building codes, and that sort of stuff as well. So next slide, please. And I think that basically concludes a high level of what we do and how we do it. And my contact information there. Happy to field any questions.
Thank you so much, Manny. And I want to thank Manny and Mark because I'm on the board of the California Foundation for the Environment and the Economy, and we set up a trip for our legislators to go to British Columbia. And a few years ago, we actually saw their antifreeze and oil recycling and the aerosol cans up there. So thank you again for all that you've done and for all the support you've been giving the United States on our programs as well. So we've got one question from Commissioner.
Sorry, Heidi, just one correction. We don't operate the glycol oil recycling facility. We just brought you to a facility that is under another stewardship program.
I'm sorry, correct, yeah, thank you. Commissioner Bryant?
Thank you for the presentation. My question is, you mentioned earlier about the charge or the deposit, that there is a fee on certain containers, but can you explain again the chain of, does that go to the provinces or a central location, and that helps to administer the program and the oversight that you're a part of?
Yeah, that's a good question. I should add more clarity. So basically what happens is when a regulation is passed, obviously they give a certain amount of time for the obligated stewards to meet those obligations. In our case, we would, if industry has requested that Product Care get involved, what we'll do is we'll obviously do some modeling, some data analysis, come up with a program, how it's going to work, things like that, estimated budgets, get some data in terms of what kind of volumes are sold. And then we develop a fee model, which is what I mentioned before, the ranges of the fees. And then what we say is, look, we're filing a program plan with the regulators. And if the regulators approve, we will be operating this plan. And typically we will then invite industry members to say, hey, we have an approved plan by the regulators that meets this regulation. You are welcome to join our association. It's open to all that are obligated under that regulation. But as a requirement of joining our regulation, this is our funding model. You agree to pay these rates to Product Care directly. It's not a tax, it doesn't go to government, it comes directly to us. We, in turn, because you are self-reporting to us what you sold, and because our fees are based on per unit, we have an obligation and a right to come into your business and audit your books to show that you are indeed paying the right fees on the right amount of material sold, and it's in the right province, applying the right fee rate, and so forth, because it's very, very important to us. It's a fair playing field for the industry members that are all obligated. We don't want anyone, accidentally, bypassing the system, or accidentally forgetting to report some sales or things like that. So the money comes directly from the obligated steward to Product Care, and Product Care uses that fund to pay our service providers, to engage, for public education, communication, buying ads, paying transporters and recyclers and so forth. I hope that answers your question.
It does in some part. I'm sure there's a lot of more detail about that. For example, and last question, a facility operator or recycler, so they get a fee based on the amount of product. How do you audit them in terms of how you compensate them for taking those products?
Yeah,
that must be a very in-depth approach that you have.
Yeah, so you're absolutely correct. We have, a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very detailed tracking schemes that we track from the point of collection to transportation to the consolidation facility to the recycler or waste management company, depending on what happens to the product. There's a tracking scheme that, in terms of how the service partners are paid, whether it's transportation, collection, or the recycling or disposal side, that's really, we deal with it as a big business-to-business case scenario. So in other words, we would negotiate a rate with our paint recycler and say, okay, for this type of paint, we want it to be recycled. What's your price for that? And then we, negotiate and work out a deal, and that's how we pay them. And so we'll track how much volume sent to them, what was agreed upon rate to pay them, and that's how that payment's made.
And I'd like to add to that this is actually a reason why I'm not a big fan of these visible fee programs anymore, because the amount of oversight it takes and management to make sure every retailer is correcting the proper amount and all of that is wasted in the system. Whereas when you have the producers actually really pay for the program and pay into the stewardship organization, there's a lot less administration and a lot less confusion. And I've never seen a public study that says that a visible fee is somehow a big educational tool for the consumer. I've heard this repeatedly, but we've never seen a study. If somebody has one, I'd be very interested in seeing it. So anyway, that is, we're gonna have to move on because we've got a 10:15 hard stop with CalRecycle having to do a presentation. So I'm gonna quickly go next to Commissioner Medrano, and then we'll probably hold public comments until after we make sure we hear from Paint Care.
Thank you, Chair, and I certainly echo your comments on the program. The visual fees certainly just add to the oversight. I have a question on the chemistry of the makeup of the chemistry. Perhaps might be for somebody else, but you mentioned, Manny, the propellant, non-toxic and toxic. It was at least a toxic propellant part of what made up overall the toxicity of the product, or was it only on the product itself in the container?
So for the products we manage, it's both. Obviously, the propellant being typically propane, it has its hazards, but the products in itself, because it's paint and HHW, it would itself be hazardous. You know, the corrosive nature or the pesticides or the flammability of the product itself, besides the propellant, is a hazard. I can only speak of the ones that we manage. I can't really speak about the shaving cream and the cosmetics and the other thing, so forth. But you know, something like the spray, the hairspray, obviously is flammable because you've seen it so many times in a movie. Someone put a lighter to it and becomes a little bit of a torch. But yeah, for our products, yes, it's both the hazards within the content itself and also the propellant.
And Chair, if I may ask another question really quickly, you mentioned that the deposit, Manny, you mentioned that a deposit as a return to ensure that recyclability or proper management was not considered. Was there any type of study, anything done to say why that was not an option available? I'm thinking of some propellants now, like the refrigerant, that you have to now pay an extra $10 to get that, and then you have to return it to the retailer to get that money back. And that seems to, I would imagine that's working great because that's $10 people don't want to lose out on, and then ensures proper recycling. Was that ever actually considered? And if so, why was the decision otherwise?
To my knowledge, I don't think I'm aware of any studies around that area, and doesn't mean that there isn't one out there, but the length of time I've been involved with these programs, I've not seen a study that's related to that. The main product that in Canada that may, and not all provinces have it, that do have a deposit on it is the beverage containers, the soda pops and those sort of containers have it. But as far as whether it's electronics or tires or oil or any of the other kind of EPR programs, there's no deposit on those.
Okay, we're at 7 minutes after 10 and we're going to have to stop and hold because we definitely want to hear from Paint Care. So Jeremy Jones, are you there? And then we'll hopefully have a few minutes to talk after, but we may not. Obviously this is a very interesting conversation. Jeremy, are you on can you show your screen or are you on a call?
Hi, Heidi, I'm here, yes.
Oh, great, okay. Well, welcome. And I didn't get any PowerPoint or anything, so I just assume you're gonna just talk with us. There you are. Good to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah, I don't have a PowerPoint today. Just have some things I'd like to share with the group, if that's okay. I usually do PowerPoints, but maybe, yeah, I thought just for the group, many of whom are familiar with Paint Care, I thought I'd just talk.
Great, okay. Just go right ahead.
Okay. Well, Heidi, again, I really appreciate you inviting me. I look forward to seeing you again sometime when we can all see each other again. And just really appreciate the opportunity to talk about Paint Care, which is, as many of you know, is the coating industry's program to manage end of life leftover architectural paints in California and in many other states as well. And Heidi, as chair of this commission, was also co-chair. Your co-chair, or what's your role here?
Well, I'm chair, and then Richard's vice chair.
It was a big part of helping to try to hone this program into what you see it as today. My name is Jeremy Jones, for those who haven't seen or met me before. I'm the West Coast Program Manager for Paint Care, and what that means is the 3 West Coast states, Washington, Oregon, and California. That's my area of oversight. And my main role is to work with CalRecycle, DTSC, the state agencies, to try to make sure the law complies with the program complies with all the laws in each of those states. So I'll go light, especially in reflection of time on describing the program's operations. I do want to just sort of give you a quick overview of where we're at with this program. There's 823 year-round sites in the program. We've supported 2,253 HHW events over the program's lifetime in California. We've done 78 of our own events, 3 this weekend in San Bernardino and in San Jose, 2-day event. And 27.4 million gallons of paint have been collected, and 99% of the population of California lives within 15 miles of a collection site, well above our goal for 90%. The paint care team in California was just recently recognized by the California Resource Recycling Association at their conference for being the Outstanding HHW Program Award. And just the results of the program hopefully speak favorably. 93% of the paint collected by the program has been diverted from landfill. 80% of it has been either recycled or reused. And 68% of that has actually been turned back into the product from which it came, that is back into paint when we're talking about latex paint. So we're very proud of this program, as you can tell. Just want to briefly discuss, sort of, again, for the folks in the commission, the lay of the land, how we got here, and where we're looking, toward the future. Because this commission is very much about the future, and we want to focus on that very much so. So the program itself came out as a result of Product Stewardship Institute, a stakeholder process facilitated by them, and then known as the Paint Product Stewardship Initiative, PPSI. This initiative took about 6 years. Hopefully, with aerosols is involved, it will not take that long. But it concluded in 2008 with 2 MOUs and memorandums of understanding developed and signed by all parties, including state environmental agencies, NGOs, and the ACA itself. So while there was some,
I hate to cut this off, but we really got to get to the thing about aerosols because we're short on time.
My next sentence is, while there was some discussion of aerosol paint at the time, all parties agreed that the program should, for the time, concentrate on architectural paint and learn how to successfully operate a stewardship program. So that's sort of where we're at right now. Is at the time architectural paint was excluded from the definition of architectural paint. So that's under California's law, architectural paint is defined as interior and exterior coatings, but does not include aerosol spray paint or coatings from industrial or OEM uses. So again, I understand we've got a few minutes left, so I'll skip over it. Where we're at right now is we've been working for the past few years. And again, COVID happens in 2020, but PSI initiated a discussion with Paint Care on end-of-life management for aerosol paint back in 2017, and indicating that it's always contemplated the Paint Care program would eventually consider aerosol paints. And PSI has also indicated that a number of existing Paint Care oversight agencies are very interested in the topic. So there was an industry working group that was put together to study the issue of end-of-life management aerosol paints. The work group focused on aerosol coatings market, the current landscape for managing the products, and gathered available data on the number of cans manufactured, type of paint marketed in aerosol cans, and then trying to answer the questions: how much paint is actually recoverable? What are the obstacles to collecting and recycling aerosol paint? Who's currently processing them? And so for the California angle here, we reviewed data with Product Care as well as the local California municipal collection site, and also met with Smarter Sorting to gather additional data about aerosol paint in the waste stream. So one thing is clear, as we're up to time here, we did not have the requisite data on end-of-life management and aerosol paints to make a good decision where to go. And then the pandemic happened, and so here we are today. We didn't know how to do it, establish the parameters, whether and how to utilize the current retail network, and how best to train someone to determine what a paint product is and what it is not, et cetera, some of which folks have already highlighted here. So since from December 19 forward, ACA is focused on the EPA rulemaking for aerosol products, filing comments in support of the proposed rule on several occasions and offering technical support to the agency. ACA has noted that several states are currently in the process of adopting the aerosol products universal waste rule, which should make aerosol paint management simpler and more uniform, hopefully across the country, as Paint Care operates in numerous states. We acknowledge, ACA as well as myself as a Paint Care employee, acknowledge that the stage is set for Paint Care to look once again at aerosol paint products, and make a commitment to fill in the data gaps that were uncovered in our initial effort. To this end, AC has reached out to PSI to discuss the framework for a new dialogue with stakeholders to address aerosol paint. Our goal is to have an open dialogue with stakeholders facilitated by PSIs before and to develop that path forward that will lead to a consensus on a program focused specifically on aerosol paint and end-of-life management in an environmentally responsible manner. So as the stakeholder process progresses, I'd be happy to provide this commission periodic updates. And sorry we're out of time here, but thanks for the time and opportunity.
Okay, well, I guess how long is this dialogue going to go on? Because it sounds like you've already had a working group since 2017.
The working group completed their work, so it left. Again, this was completed back in 2019. So again, the pandemic is sort of lifting. A lot of focus was just on operating the program again to react to all that. So I think what I'm saying here is indicating it's time to pick that up and to answer specific questions about fill in those data gaps, basically, what we don't know about how and if it should be folded into the paint care program.
Okay, well, I'm going to make a suggestion since we're unfortunately at time and CalRecycle has to do their presentation at this exact time. So I'm going to suggest, since Commissioner Ward and I are the two-person committee on HHW, that we take this up with Jeremy as far as the and paint care, having a discussion about what data gaps they're missing. Dialogues can go on for a long time, and this is an immediate problem. And I know it's been discussed for many years, and we know it's happening elsewhere. So I'd love to be able to see if there's any data that we can gather for them to help them make decisions faster. And then we can also decide if we want to bring out a proposal and work with Jeremy if there's something that we can all agree on for California to just simply, that would at least deal with 12 to 13% of the paint cans out there. And then there's a discussion about all the rest. But maybe if that's okay with the commission, is there anybody who doesn't like that plan that Commissioner Ward and I, as a two-person committee with HHW, work with paint care and the other stakeholders and try to come up with something for your consideration as a proposal? Is there anybody? I don't see any opposing or anything. So with that, I'm going to quickly go to the one public comment I believe we do have on this item before we turn over to OPR and the public education presentation. Laura, are you there?
Yep. So one public comment from Doug Cobald from the California Product Stewardship Council. It says, thank you to Product Care for the informative presentation on EPR programs in Canada. After seeing some of the programs firsthand last month in both Vancouver and Toronto, I think it is important to note that the Canada programs are a mix of true EPR and product stewardship programs. This distinction is important as true EPR programs are funded and run by manufacturers/producers, while product stewardship programs are mostly funded by the consumers at point of sale, with little to no funding coming from manufacturers. We as an industry need to be careful with this distinction, as the manufacturer should be given credit should not be given credit under the guise of producer responsibility for programs they don't fund. When the producers are funding the end-of-life management costs, they may make different decisions while designing their products. The hope is that they will design them to be more environmentally friendly and that they will be more durable, reusable, repairable, and recyclable.
Okay, so that gets to my comment about internalization of the cost and not a visible fee. So thank you. I just want to ask the Commissioner, or Vice Chair Valle, you were really working on this aerosol issue, or he's not on, is he? I'm sorry, he told me he had to leave at 10. I don't want to make this decision about where this goes to the two-person committee until he's back, since he really led this discussion. So why don't we hold it till he returns? But that's just an idea I had. It could be, you know, there's the recycling side, which is the non-toxic aerosols, and then there's the toxic aerosols. We could choose to split them, or we could choose to keep them together, whatever the commission prefers. But if it's okay with you, we'll hold that closing up of this discussion until Commissioner or Vice Chair Valle is back. Is that okay with everybody? And nodding, okay. Thank you very much. And thank you, Jeremy. I'm so sorry we had to cut it short. This was so interesting. All these, obviously this is an interesting topic, and I know we're going to be in close touch. I'll email you after this meeting if you can't stay on and continue to watch this. I'll let you know what happened and how we'll follow up. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Andrew. And thank you, Nicholas and Manny. We really, really, really appreciate your time. You were all amazing. Very
Thank you
informative.
all. I guess we'll sign off now.
Yeah, yep. Thank you. So again, an hour and a half went really fast. It was very interesting. All of you provided great information. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity. So have a good day and the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Manny. Take care.
Thank you, Heidi.
Bye.
Thanks, Andrew. Bye. Okay, so we'll move on now to agenda item number 5. If commissioners need to take a break, just feel free to turn off your camera and your mic for a minute and come back. We understand. So this is the OPA presentation and discussion that we are to be, getting an update on what their public education campaign is going to be on reducing contamination. So I want to go ahead and turn it over to CalRecycle's Office of Public Affairs.
Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting us here today. I am Maria West. I'm CalRecycle's Communications Director, and with me is Christina Files, our Supervisor over Creative Services. So I know we've met with the full commission just a couple of times, but we wanted to thank you first for the time and dedication you've shown. Your work has been so invaluable to CalRecycle's work, and your feedback and ongoing feedback is very valuable to the Office of Public Affairs specifically. And I just wanted to also presence that in addition to all of the important policy recommendations that you've made, there is a part of that statute that addresses ongoing feedback for CalRecycle's public messaging. It's not specific to the advertising campaign that we're doing right now, but it includes the advertising campaign. So I also wanted to let you know that my office is the office that runs CalRecycle's public meeting, and we've made a lot of changes to that since May. We were made responsible for that in May. And if you've tuned into that, we've changed the public meeting to make it a lot more relatable, a lot more understandable to the general public. And all of that came at the direction of Rachel Mackey-Wagner. So if you have thoughts and feedback about what we could do to help that be more accessible to the general public or more helpful to stakeholders, please let us know about that as well.
That's an open question for the commissioners. Have any of the commissioners watched the public meetings, and do you have any feedback for CalRecycle? Okay. I've only watched a few of them, but they do seem a little bit more, I guess it's almost like little commercials because there's like,
I don't know. They're more like news stories. So we have one of my public information officer staff members is a former reporter and anchor person, and we've been working with her to put a lot of context on the public meeting to let people know what the issues were that led to these programs, what progress we've made, and then also what is still left to be done. So we want to make sure that everyone who is involved at a stakeholder level, gets that reminder, but also we want to make it as relatable to the general public, but also to help different stakeholders, different members of the press and members of government understand the broad scope of what we do and why. So from there, again, if you think about about the public meetings or any of the messaging we do, and we'll take that ongoing feedback.
We've got 2 commissioners that are asking to speak, Commissioner Lapis and then Medrano, please.
Hey, Maria. I wanted to thank you for some of the content you've been putting out, especially the videos. I think to the point you just said about explaining the why of what we do. I think that's incredibly important, especially around SB 1383, since 1383 is kind of a new concept for most of California, and it's coming with a little bit of sticker shock. I think it's really important for people to understand why we're doing it. And I particularly like the video you put together on 1383, the one that has Gavin and the wildfires and all that. And then recently you put together a video on 2 programs in Los Angeles, Food Forward and LA Compost. And I thought that was just such a fantastic video, and I forwarded it to half my email list.
Thank you.
So I wanted to thank you for putting that together. My one criticism isn't necessarily for you, but I guess for the monthly meeting process is that because of the virtual process and the lag, you guys have understandably put all the questions at the very end and all the public comments at the very end, which made a lot of logistical sense because it was hard to have a back and forth with the lag in the web stream. But the flip side of that is that it's made it really hard to actually have conversations. And so we end up with sort of public statements at the end as opposed to more of a back and forth on the actual item before it's being decided. And I'm not sure there's much we can do about that in the virtual setting, but I'm really hoping we can get back to maybe a hybrid in-person and virtual public meeting so that we can have a little bit more back and forth conversation.
I appreciate that feedback. Yes, none of us knows exactly how long we'll be in this type of platform, but there is a change that's of the entire public meeting that our director wanted to make sure that we were making this as intentional as possible rather than following some traditional legacy processes that weren't statutorily mandated. She's very specifically said again and again she wants to make sure that this is us putting as much intentional communication out to the public as possible. And additionally, with the questions, there are definitely questions that we prioritize having individual staff members address with the people asking those questions. Sometimes they're sort of in the weeds about issues that weren't even addressed in the public meeting. And I think often if you put out certain answers off the cuff, it's something that could easily be interpreted as an underground reg or something that's our direction that may not be something that's appropriate for us to say in a public meeting. So we're having a mind towards that to make sure that what our leadership and staff say at public meetings is definitely reflective of the entire department's policy and authority.
Okay, and Commissioner Manuel Medrano, please.
So on the context of SB 1383 and yes, on the sticker shop, is there any plans for an overarching type of a campaign on 1383, statewide type of a campaign, multimedia that will help us educate our constituents?
I'm so glad you asked that. It's a perfect segue into the presentation today because the advertising campaign that we're launching will include 1383. That will not be the primary focus. It would be interesting to get the commission's feedback on what the timing should look like because we are planning to hold back much of that messaging until there's a larger launching within the whole state since different communities are at different points. And I previously worked on the Save Our Water campaign, which is California's water conservation campaign. It's something that has partnerships between the State Department and different water suppliers. So we could work in conjunction with locals to on any messaging into your specific community. But a lot of what we'll be doing right now is creating different creative messaging that will be given to local governments, jurisdictions, as we like to call them in the business. And then that can be pushed out based on the timing of that jurisdiction and also based on the program. Since the legislature had so much forethought to provide a number of different options for jurisdictions, they can select the messaging that actually applies to the program that they're launching. So if there's nothing else, we can just launch right into this this conversation, this presentation.
Please do.
So I just wanted to remind everyone, these are the campaign goals as specified in the request for proposals and also in the contract that we have with Runyon Saltzman, our advertising contractor. And so just overall, the goals are to raise awareness by informing Californians about the importance of waste reduction, recycling, and composting. There's that 1383 part. And then promoting positive behavior change among Californians to increase waste reduction, recycling, and composting. And then thirdly, to achieve measurable improvements in waste reduction, recycling, composting, and the participation rate in the state's sustainability efforts. So that measurable portion is we're really focusing on the community-based marketing, social marketing tactics to help us be able to measure that change. Previously, with previous campaigns that have never been run by CalRecycle specifically, but were run by the Division of Recycling when it was part of the Department of Conservation, those campaigns hadn't seen measurable changes. So that's just something that's changing within the industry. Next slide, thank you. So I just wanted to let you know a big change in some of what we were talking with you about last fiscal year before you had your break, that we had been looking very closely at materials that would be appropriate to message. And we did spend a lot of time in our research talking with MRFs, waste haulers, other stakeholders, including this commission, about what specific materials would be important to message. We are still going to include that messaging, but we have determined in this large-scale public messaging that is, essentially advertising digitally and through other platforms, we will not target changing different materials. And there's, specific reasons, some of which we've discussed with you before. So number one is that CalRecycle doesn't have the authority to ban any specific materials. A statewide calls to action, which will be what advertising includes. Usually there's a headline or tagline, a call to action that could be a part of that headline. But we have to always be very cognizant of anything that we said being interpreted as a new rule or law. And whether or not we have the power or authority to do that, number one. And then number two, if that process has happened, that intentional process for why certain materials have been selected. Now, what's exciting is all of this amazing legislation that's just been signed by the governor will help CalRecycle and the state determine more of those materials to target. So secondly, the second reason was this, the chasing arrows issue. One of the findings that you will hear from us today from our research was that most of our people, the people in our focus groups, at least one or two members were very confident that they knew exactly what to recycle. And invariably, down to the last focus group, they would pick up an item near them, usually a water bottle, and point to that chasing arrow and say, this is what tells you. If it has this on it, it's recyclable. So we do have that we do have identified that perception that having that arrow on it at all creates that perception, which to me that was new, because I'd already, even before I was at CalRecycle, I'd heard 1 and 2 were recyclable, but apparently this is very much a mainstream perception, which, as all of you know, you've made wonderful recommendations, and the legislature and governor have taken up this SB 343. So that's the, so because we, sorry, what's that?
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Sure, let me just finish this one specific point because it might address it. We believe it's important to message this once these decisions have been made. Some of the feedback we received from the haulers and MRFs is that once you message, don't recycle a specific material or something about telling people how to recycle, it's very difficult to ever get them to change back to using like the chasing arrow or recycling that specific material. So it's really important that we're very intentional if we put out a statewide messaging about a material or the chasing arrow, that it's based on what we want them to do going forward.
Okay, so totally agree with that. So this started by saying that CalRecycle has determined we do not want to release statewide ads directing Californians to throw materials in landfills because CalRecycle doesn't have authority to ban. And I'm not computing those two things. So
if we say for instance, we were thinking about styrofoam and plastic film specifically because those seem to be two universal materials that would be, very easy to message. But, what we're looking at on a legal side is if we say that to the whole general public, styrofoam and plastic film goes in the trash, or say it doesn't go in the recycling bin, even if you say it that way, you're essentially telling people to put something into the trash, into landfills. So that's something, again, as a state department, we have to be very careful about saying something like that from us can be interpreted as a new rule or an underground reg, or stepping outside of our.
I see the point. Okay, that's helpful, and that's why 343 will help in the future, because then it'll be clearer. And I think Commissioner Orsagura has a question.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, I think, Maria, the comment that you're making. I just want to make sure we don't lose we don't spend a tremendous amount of state resources going down a path that's going to then change once SB 343 is enacted. Because there continues to be a significant problem with, and I'm going to put quotes around contamination, because contamination is not only those folks that put the wrong materials in the blue container or the green container, it is also materials that go there that are not truly recyclable or don't have functioning markets. And so once again, we have to be very careful. I guess I'm recommending that we're careful that we don't just continue with the current state, because the current state is creating issues, and so that we make some progress there, right?
Absolutely, yes. I agree with you 100%, and I believe in the conversation that Christina and I had with you in the stakeholder interview portion, that you were one of the folks who talked about once you message something, it's difficult to get those materials back. So it was quite a long time ago. So I'm sorry if I'm remembering incorrectly, but I believe that you were one of those folks. So we aren't planning to go off in a random direction. We'll roll out what we're planning to do, but part of these ads will be directing people to a website where they can get up-to-date material. And part of what we're going to do is to help people understand that that California, we will essentially validate their value, that they want to do their part, which is a big thing we heard in the focus groups, and then talk about how you can recycle smarter. So we'll get there as we go through this presentation. Next slide, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped Commissioner Dell. Did you have something to ask on that?
Yeah, I have a comment. Actually, I don't find this acceptable that Cal Recycle can't say certain things should go in the trash. I have to push back on this. Massachusetts does. State of Massachusetts has a website, and actually what they say is recyclable is almost identical to our 15 list that we came up with. But there are things right now that are causing real harm. This is now having to roll down to municipalities to say keep plastic bags out and so on. And this idea that the messaging and education would just be, hey, try to recycle, try to be good at this. We support your value that you want to do good. I think is insufficient. I mean, I think we have to really get real. And I'm pushing back that Cal Recycle at this point can't have some real messaging that plastic bags shouldn't go into curbside bins. 50% of Californians think they should. They cause a huge problem. We all know this. And I think it's time to are we going to get real about, stopping contamination or not?
That's a wonderful question. I really want to urge everyone to wait until we're finished with this presentation before.
Gotcha. Okay.
Conclusions, because we're not just going to say try to recycle. That's not where we are. I just wanted to preface the entire presentation with the fact that the millions of dollars spent on messaging will not message specific materials. We will, part of what we're doing is building a website that will include the materials that are generally accepted in certain places and not accepted in other places. And to the greatest degree possible, we don't have a plan for how we'll do it yet, but we would like to be able to point people directly to any websites that are for their areas that will help them determine what's recyclable in that area. Unfortunately, we do not have, there's no law that requires these jurisdictions or waste haulers to report to us what they accept. And so because of that, it's a very cumbersome endeavor for us to try to create something like we have with the bottle bill, where somebody can put in their zip code and then see what's in their area. That would be ideal. It's something that CalRecycle's wanted for quite a while, but because we don't have that reporting requirement, we can't even begin to build an app to do that, because it would be far too cumbersome and resource intensive trying to constantly find, identify, and update when there wasn't any requirement from waste haulers or jurisdictions to let us know what's in their acceptance lists. But we will be, part of what this messaging will do is drive people to a website where they can see those general lists. We're just not going to include specifics on those general lists in that statewide messaging. In part, Commissioner Dell, because you and some of what you've said and other commissioners have said is that it's important for us to not put something out that isn't specific to every jurisdiction. If you're having folks in different areas get impacted by a nearby campaign, then it's problematic. So let's go through the whole presentation, then you'll have a sense of where we are right now, and that where we are right now will help set the stage for when we have this greater information that we can share, that we have the authority to share, we'll be able to just roll that out through the channels that we've already created. So what we identified then, in addition to materials, is that food and liquid residue were. Now, please keep in mind that the bulk, not all, but the bulk of the funding for this campaign comes from the Division of Recycling. That means that we have to make sure that all recycling material portions of the campaign itself, what's specifically put out with the larger sums of money, will help the CRV, help keep CRV less contaminated that comes in through curbside. We are the government, and I understand frustrations, but you have to understand we are very much limited to using funding sources to fund messaging that will help that source. We have to be incredibly intentional. We are held to a much higher standard than private sector organizations or even NGOs. And so that's very important for us to make sure that our expansive messaging messages that, but we can still utilize it to start to publicize a website where people can get additional information that will help curbside in other ways. So what we've identified as something we can say statewide is that food and liquid residue is a top contaminant. So the message is clean and dry, and it will keep that CRV clean, and it will also help cardboard and paper. It will have that. That's something that we all know from National Sword and other import restriction mandates that have come from other countries, that contamination for paper and cardboard, is problematic. So while we can't affect how rain influences that, we can help the stream within curbside collection. CalRecycle doesn't have the authority to ban materials, but can provide creative tools for local jurisdictions. So we plan to include some of the creative that we create and have that specify certain materials to the greatest degree possible that we can provide to local jurisdictions, who can then choose whether or not they will push it out through their channels, whether they do paid advertising, they put it in bill stuffers, they put it on banners on their website, send it out in the emails, that the email bills they send, things like that. So we will have, besides the main messaging, we will have other types of messaging that cities and counties and waste haulers can use themselves. And then, let's see, will the acceptance list reduce overall recycling? So that's one of the questions that we've been asking is, and that we are concerned about because of the feedback we received from stakeholders, that when you really highlight an acceptance list, is that going to cause fewer actual recyclables to be included? And that's something that we all need to keep in mind, just because it's something that we've been told again and again by waste haulers and jurisdictions is that they're concerned they'll get less recyclables. We don't have the precise answer to that, but as we go through our process, which we'll have testing at various points, we're hoping to be able to identify what that impact is. And then we all know that the 75% recycling goal is a goal for the entire state for all materials, and that the most recently reported diversion rate for all materials is 37% diversion from landfill. So our goals overall is to help increase that diversion rate. Next slide. So I just wanted to show you, I'm not going to go into all the details of this. We actually explained it previously in previous presentations to you, but this is what our 360 research approach has been. We have gone deep with stakeholders. We've gone deep with surveys, making sure that the survey questions were as intentional with as much input as possible. We did a statewide food waste survey. We did a residential survey, and we engaged in a number of focus groups with different populations and with different people who reported various types of recycling behavior. So that has helped us gain more insight. Next slide, please. So the stakeholder feedback that we saw, as we've already been discussing, is that recycling become unrecyclable because of either food contamination or material contamination. And then liquids and food waste residue, food waste and food waste residues are also some of the biggest issues. And again, this does affect CRV, so addressing this will help that program. It's curbside pickup, and then reducing food residue will decrease curbside CRV contamination. Also changing recycling acceptance lists, reduce material types. So that's just part of why we're not doing it at this point, but we are going to be working on how we can message while keeping people interested in recycling and not reducing overall numbers of actual recyclables being put in the bins. So overall, jurisdictions reported a 20 to 25% curbside contamination rate. MRFs reported a 15 to 20% of recyclables were residuals that ended up getting sent to landfills. And then many reported issues with the chasing arrow symbol and recommended policy changes to limit the use of the arrows, which this feedback came in last winter and early spring, and we're already on our way to that. We're starting that process thanks to the wonderful legislation that has passed this summer. Next slide, please. Got it. Okay. So some of the other outcomes that we can report are that 69% say that they already empty, rinse, scrape, or dry recyclables. We were very, very surprised at this, but part of it was a concern about bugs and pests. So there were a number of people who reported to us that they already put a little water in their recyclable and dump it out. So I think it's something that we can capitalize on, and we can get people to understand that that will also not just help avoid having bugs in the bin at their house, but it will help overall with the contamination issue. And then 72% recycle everything they know to be recyclable, which is great, except that we know that their knowledge and isn't always accurate, and that chasing arrow symbol can be very misleading to many people. And then, so 72% of the population is worried about how much actually gets recycled. So I think we can, by showing people the ways that they can recycle smarter, we can help them understand what they can do to impact that rate. Food and yard waste. So this is what we're calling the 1383 initiative. We're going to avoid saying organic to the greatest degree possible in this campaign, because most people in the public seem to perceive organic as organic food. So food that's not GMO, that hasn't had pesticides used, etc. So we want to make sure that we are making this as applicable to as possible to the general public. Food and yard waste. They're already mostly separating out the yard waste, so I think that we can. It'll be an easy transition in some ways. So 82.6% were unaware of food scraps program. Over 83% who had food scrap recycling available say that they don't recycle food scraps. So there's an opportunity there for more conversion. And then 61.7 place food scraps in the trash. 21.3 manage food scraps in their garbage disposal. So there is at least a sense for some of separating those out. And then 63% stated they'd be likely to participate. 57% reported a low difficulty for recycling food scraps. The majority stated that if they had a pail with liner bags, that would make composting easier. Now, one of the most, I think, exciting bits that we saw in this research process was how shocked people who have either a mild or a heavy interest in recycling, who really, especially those conscientious recyclers, how shocked they were to learn that their food and yard waste impacts climate change. I mean, we had this one gentleman who just put his head in his hands when we told him that, and then finally he just looked up and said, "Why didn't you tell us this?" So I think that there's so many negative impacts of climate change. Californians, for the most part, don't question whether climate change is happening. It's 80% of the state that believes that climate change is happening and that the government should do something about it. So by helping them to understand what the steps that they can take and how much easier this is than some of those longer term steps for those of us who are still waiting for affordable electric cars and things that we know we should do, but are harder asks, this is a way that we can get people mobilized and activated to take action every day that will impact climate change.
We're running out of time, so I just want to make sure you get through that, and we have time for a couple more questions.
Sure. So I will just speed through the rest of this. So this is some of what we heard about. There's trust in the recycling system in general, which we were surprised at. We thought that with National Sword and all the media that there would be less trust. We heard from our Spanish-speaking focus groups and surveys that there was within that population, at least to the folks that we spoke with, there's a high commitment to doing their part. There was a lot of discussion about making it a better future for their children. So this was really interesting, and most that we spoke to said that they had learned about recycling in English-speaking classes or classes that they were taking, when they came to the United States. And then also we heard from a lot of people in general that they received information from their children who received it at school. So again, main contaminants were food and liquid. People were receptive and open-minded to new information, but we want to be very intentional that when we share it, that's going to be a long-term information rather than that we're changing information year by year, because people aren't willing to go back and forth and they have a low frustration rate. So most people believe they're recycling correctly, and I think everything else we've talked about already. So, the multifamily outcome actually was pretty interesting. For apartments and condos, they had fewer recycling options and often less space in their kitchen. So that was a big barrier, especially for people who'd lived in the house before and had previously recycled a lot. That is an issue. And considering that we have a lot more people going into multifamily homes because of the high prices of real estate, that's something that we should consider. So next slide. So here's some of the value statements that we've gone through, and you can go to the next one, that's fine. I think we've talked about most of these. And then next slide. So we want to increase recycling, we want to promote traditional recycling, and by traditional recycling, I mean non-organic recycling, highlight what's truly recyclable, and fight trash pollution. And here's some of the values that having a compelling reason why. And so
trash pollution, is that litter?
Pardon?
When you say trash pollution? I haven't heard that before. Do you mean litter?
Well, trash pollution is a phrase that we're using. It includes litter, it includes even trash that can be landfilled, but that we're creating too much of, and then it encompasses the plastic pollution that's in the ocean. Plastic pollution in the ocean is definitely in the public imagination, but we want to be able to encompass that without specifically making it just about that, because there's other things that we do. There's also pollution that comes from the breakdown of materials in landfills. That's air pollution. So it's sort of encompassing all the types of pollution that trash addresses. We use trash and space because that's the public.
Sorry, is that going to be the term used in the PR campaign, is trash pollution? Because I have never heard it before.
It may be, but we're not sure yet. I mean, there will be places where we'll say it. But we need to brand. We need to brand this as an issue. People understand that the disposable model is a problem, but we're going to be working in the next year on branding the problem of trash pollution and circular economy as a solution. And the circular economy piece is something that isn't in the public imagination yet. So there's a lot of work that we'll be doing to brand these items in earned media and in other venues.
Okay, I guess my feedback is that nobody knows what trash pollution is, and that should be focus group tested, because that would be a big switch and very important that people would be able to understand it if it was going to be used. So that would be my feedback. And we've only got literally 4 minutes before we have to stop, unfortunately.
Sure. So again, clean and dry is the solution. Next one, we're just about done. And then organic. So we'll be introducing that statewide organics, focusing on kitchen composting, that separation, and focusing on this being a way to impact climate change, specifically in other forms of pollution that comes from organics. So these are some of the ways that we'll be pushing this out. Some of these we've talked to you about already, and we're in the middle of creating a plan for it. Here's our target demographics for the advertising dollars that we're putting in. So we'll be focusing on these groups. However, we will also be taking some of the messaging we have in English and translating it for creative that's translated into a number of languages. It's just given that Spanish speakers and English speakers are the largest demographics in the state. That's where we're going to focus those big dollars. And these are some of the ways that we'll be pushing it out. Well, a lot of the radio specifically will be Spanish for Spanish speakers, because that the demographics just shows that that's how many get advertising information. So any other questions or comments before we finish?
Yeah, we've only got 3 minutes and a lot of people have a hard stop at 11. So Commissioner Lapis, and then Schneider and Osagura.
Yeah, I had a few comments, so I'll just keep them very brief. First of all, I did want to comment that I don't think telling people that a material is unlikely to get recycled is an underground regulation. So I do think you should maybe consider revisiting that. I don't think it's a landfill ban to say that something is not likely to get recycled in California.
Thank you for that feedback. I will share that.
Time.
Yeah.
Can we get the actual results from the survey? The actual results back from the polling firm?
Yes.
That'll be an official data request.
What's that?
And then finally, just I'm sorry for 3 questions, but is there a way to take the videos you've been making and some of this content and repackage it for local news stations to use in their broadcasts?
Sure, we actually push those out frequently to the media, especially when and we give them B-roll that doesn't have all the bells and whistles, because that's usually how they want to receive it. The head of our media is a former executive producer at Fox 40, and we do that frequently, but we certainly can increase that. And also the decisions that were made specifically about the materials were made above my head. It's more of a legal matter. That's a concern for the department. It wasn't a decision that I personally made. I have a lot of.
I hate to cut this off, but we're 1 minute from the 11 o'clock cutoff. So And these are data requests, so hopefully you can get back to us with the requests. Thank you very much. And then Commissioner Schneider and then Osagura, real quick.
I think that was me. You cut out, Chair. Two points. In my community, we're 47% Asian with a large influx of Asian population. I understand statewide Spanish might be the biggest language group, but I would strongly encourage you to include Chinese, most likely in Mandarin. And also, your comment that most people don't do food scraps because they don't have space in their homes. I think that the bigger reason is, at least in my area where we've had food scraps, is property managers and multifamily residents not having green waste because they have landscapers. So I would hope that we have a program, and I'm hoping when 1383 rolls out, that we require strongly managers to do this.
Good feedback. Okay, and then Commissioner Osagura, and I have to cut off. I've already had Kobe Sky had to drop.
Okay, I mean, I'll make it quick, and I think it's probably warrants a larger discussion. But you know, we do have a data point: 74% of folks rely on the recycling symbol for recycling. We also have SB 1383 implementation that requires audits to ensure there is no contamination and the right materials in the containers. And I do believe there has to be further outreach and a help to local jurisdictions on the messaging on contamination. You know, I think if we rely too strongly on continuing to provide a messaging of put everything in these containers, we will continue to have a significant issue in processing materials and making sure that they actually reach the right markets.
So we are doing messaging that jurisdictions can use. Most definitely. And communication directly with the jurisdictions is our local assistance group.
I think what we're going to do is after we take our break till 11:30, we'll come back and there's 2 items we're going to have to pick up. We're going to have to finish our discussion on this. We don't need to have you there, but we have to decide how we're going to digest and give feedback. And then we've got the other item when Commissioner Vice Chair Valle comes back as well. So thank you. We'll take a half an hour break and we'll look forward to seeing you at 11:30. Thank you again to Maria and Christina. I appreciate it. Sorry it was so short. That half an hour went to 45 and it was still not enough. So thank you.
Understand. Thank you so much. And we are translating the materials for local jurisdictions. I want to emphasize that. Thank you.
I just sent it to Chair Sanborn and Vice Chair Valle.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, I might, so we can get back to our agenda. And I want to apologize. Some of these items are taking longer than we had projected. I want to confirm, do we have Vice Chair Valle back? I don't see him. He thought he'd be back about now. So we'll wait for him to return until we finish that, so we can finish that discussion that we started at the beginning about the aerosols. We also, I think, wanted to pick up real quickly where we didn't have time to discuss the OPA presentation about in full about where they're heading with that public education campaign. And I just want to make sure that we open it back up for all of you to discuss about next steps and providing feedback to Cal Recycle, because I wasn't sure that we were all, you know, in totally agreement with exactly where some of that was going. So I just want to make sure we have a plan on how to comment on that as a group. So are there any ideas on that from either Commissioner Dell on labeling or trying to think of which other group, the education and outreach. I think that was Commissioners Dell and Valle were going to talk about labeling, but it wasn't the PR part. We were just going to give them feedback as a group, I guess. So without the separate committee on market development, do you want to have a discussion about that now and figure out maybe do we need a separate group to just give more focused feedback to Cal Recycle? Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of, you know, this is supposed to be a community-based social marketing approach, and part of the CBSM explicit direction is to talk about behavior in a positive way. So if you tell somebody don't do something, that's not a message under CBSM. It's not an effective messaging. So I think the discussion about send something to the landfill was meant to be a positive message. What do you do with it if it doesn't go in the recycling, right? It sounds like the focus is going to be more around, first of all, you know, dry and clean. Okay, that's good. But waiting until the 343 list comes out means nothing's going to happen for a couple, 2 or 3 more years. And then, yeah, you can focus on what should go in the recycling. But the corollary is what doesn't go in the recycling either gets composted or goes in the trash. So if you put what goes in the recycling, what goes in the compost container, you know, I don't know. I would like to have seen particularly the proliferation of plastics, non-recyclable plastics, need to go in the landfill. And I'm not sure why that's a ban. So.
Yeah, that seemed funny to me, and I will confirm that the 343 did say that it's going to be by January of 2024 that their waste characterization study will be final and approved. So we're literally looking at, I mean, we're in October of 2021. So if we're going to wait for that for much more education, I was concerned with that as well. Commissioner Dell and then Sky.
Yeah, thanks. I made my frustration with this loud and clear, I think. I think it's completely unacceptable. I think we have to get real about contamination now, and Cal Recycle is the leader in the state to do that. 2024 is way too long from now. But I do have one specific point, which is this idea of people putting recyclables in plastic bags and then putting them in the bin. That has to be something we say do not do. And I didn't hear this brought up in particular. I see it all the time in my neighborhood. I've seen other states do big efforts on this. Don't bag your recyclables. Don't bag your recyclables. And that is not saying getting into a ban on anything, but just don't bag your recyclables. I mean, this should be a message at the minimum that goes out, but there has to be some kind of constructive, proactive messaging to stop contamination and not just say, oh, let's all recycle, right?
All right, Commissioner Sky and then Ward.
So avoid piling on. I do think it's really important to have more activity from CalRecycle. I recognize it's challenging to have a statewide message that can be relevant, especially, you know, the focus of community-based social marketing is to be as close to the community as possible. But obviously they've identified some good messaging that can be used. And of course, the focus is on a more positive message, but it's really important for them to be active. So I didn't really see that clearly laid out in the presentation. So I'd like to see, you know, more information from them about what they're hoping to do as next steps. I think that'll be really important for us. And I think it's already been asked before to get a copy of the presentation and the more detailed information from their surveys. I think that'll be very helpful to us as well.
Yeah, I'd like to ask the CalRecycle staff to please email the PowerPoint to, I assume it's up on the website at this point, so everybody can see it. If not, then we should upload it and also put it on the Google document for everybody. Okay, Commissioner Ward and then Medrano.
Just wanted to quickly say, I really do feel like we're losing the confusion wars, and that essentially they've aggressively confused the folks that we're trying to educate, and that will continue for the next 3 or 4 years, and that we need to get ahead of this. And then I'm very concerned about CalRecycle basically saying that they hesitate to say that something is a contaminant and should be put in the disposal bin because, gosh, it might hurt our recycling numbers. Well, it's making the sorting process more efficient, and they weren't recyclable to begin with, whether they were placed in the recycling bin or the disposal bin. So I'm somewhat concerned about hearing CalRecycle staff who are responsible for such things not acknowledging those sort of basic principles.
Thank you. Commissioner Medrano and then Toyota.
Yeah, also, I might have missed it, but I'm also wondering at what point of the discussion is this campaign is developed? Did the state already, the CalRecycle already strike the agreement with an agency to just have this type of campaign, or do we have the real option here to provide our input and maybe change the direction of this campaign? If this is just to provide input onto something that's already been somewhat created and agreed on, then I see this as a futile effort here. But if not, yes, I like to. My preference would be to focus on the items that are contaminants. Per the presentation, a lot of folks do know what is recyclable, but perhaps not what is a contaminant in the recycling system. And also, again, focus a lot more on general awareness of SB 1383.
Okay, Commissioner Toyota and then Segura.
I'd like to add on to the contamination part of this, and that remember that, as Jan was saying, we don't want plastic bags in our recyclables, but in my community and in a whole lot of communities across California, when 1383 begins, we're going to tell people to put bags in your compost. Because at the back end, I've been told, and CalRecycle agrees, you will be able to pull that plastic out, but it does not address the confusion and the wall of just confusion really from people that we're going to do this outreach to, that you can't put plastic here, but you can put it in your compost, and that is coming because it is allowed. And CalRecycle needs to take that head on. It's one of the, probably, in my opinion, one of the biggest issues with their outreach today, and they need to take that head on.
Meaning that is your recommendation that they not advise people to use plastic bags for organics?
I think that they need to look at what is the messaging that we can put plastics in our compost bin, but not in our recycle bin, and maybe it doesn't go in the trash bin because they don't want to do that. how are they going to message that? How are they going to reconcile that as far as confusing people on what to put into their recycle bin? I don't really have an answer for that, because my answer is that you can't put plastic in your compost bin. It should just be that. But that is not how 1383 is written. So a lot of communities like mine will allow that and will message that. That's going to have a detrimental effect on what is contamination in our waste stream in general. It's going to be very confusing to a lot of people. And I think that Cal Recycle needs to look at that, realize it, and say, how are we going to make this clear? How are we going to make people understand and come up with an actual outreach plan to address that?
I would suggest we've got yourself and Commissioner Kalpikoff on the organics contamination two-person work group, that maybe you look at it through this lens and give us some suggestions for feedback from the whole commission on this issue. Yeah, it's a very good point. Commissioner Segura?
We'll look at it.
Yes, I'm gonna add, and I don't think it's piling on, because I think it has to be a strong enough message. Following up on what Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Toyota mentions, the issue is clarity to the constituents and the consumer. And if you go and stand, whether it's in a Board of Supervisors meeting, in a City Council meeting, and you ask folks, not only the elected officials, you ask individuals, do you know what goes in these containers? I will tell you that, and I don't have a formal study right now, right? They will tell you, we don't know what goes there. And, the study from Cal Recycle shows 74% of them rely on the chasing symbols. And the messaging that we're going to go forth with is clean and dry, and that will solve the problem. I will tell you that will not solve the problem. Folks are not clear on what goes into these containers, and we have to provide clarity. So I'll end my comment there.
What I'm hearing is that I think we're all kind of agreeing that this might not be enough, but what I'm hearing Cal Recycle say, and maybe that's a conversation we can have with the director at some point, is they don't feel that legally they're on safe ground doing much more until the contamination or the characterization study from 343 has been done. It's a good thing that bill passed, because without that, even down the road, I don't know what they'd feel comfortable telling the public outside of keep it dry. Commissioner Ferrante and then Schneider.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Ward asked something kind of along the same lines, but I was also very confused about the point that Maria was making, that this might have the effect of reducing recycling overall. That didn't seem to really make any sense to me. I mean, the objective here is to reduce confusion, to shed a light on what is actually recyclable. But just because something gets thrown in the bin, as we all know, doesn't mean it gets recycled. So this isn't going to change what gets actually recycled and what doesn't. That's not going to change the recycling numbers on the back end. So I'm really unclear about what point they were trying to make there about reducing overall recycling. It's hopefully going to reduce putting non-recyclables in the recycling bin, but how does that reduce the overall recycling rate unless it turns out to have the opposite effect and be way too confusing for people, and they say, well, forget it, then I'm not going to recycle at all, in which case then we need to just relook at this whole thing. So I was pretty confused by that point is all.
It's interesting, because when I heard it, and that's exactly what the talking point was of the opposition on the bill. And it wasn't, I mean, I think what they were saying was they weren't sure that they could ensure that that wouldn't happen, but we just have to wait and see. But to me, the whole point is clarity and truth and lacking and reducing confusion is not going to reduce recycling. It's the opposite if we're doing this correctly. So,
well, it's going to shed light on what's actually recyclable, and hopefully in the long term increase recycling by creating products that are actually recyclable. And I think that we talked about that as a commission several times while we were developing any number of our policy proposals, is that people are not going to want to hear what this is going to bring to light. But this is what we have to do. And we're also trying to get ahead of this even on the organic side so that we don't end up developing these programs accepting all kinds of things, such as, to Commissioner Toyoda's point, plastic liners that are not compostable and get pulled out and add to the problem. So that was very, very confusing to me, is all, that point.
Well, if we're confused, then probably everybody's confused. Commissioner Schneider and then Commissioner Kalpikoff.
Hi, going back to Commissioner Toyoda's comments about plastic bags in organics, it is a contaminant, whether they're biodegradable or not, for any of our, well, at least our program for anaerobic digestion. So I think Commissioner Toyoda's comments is we don't want plastic in compost, period. And then we have the added problem of biodegradable plastic. So, but I think that message that she said is what we should say. None, zero. Biodegradable PLA forks at special events is going to be problematic. That's what Cal Recycle should be working on.
We'll hear from our two-person committee on that advice, and we can maybe at the next commission meeting have that as an update if they'd have some suggestions to us on that. Commissioner Kalpikoff?
Just a quick comment on their study. It showed 15 to 20% of contamination in MRFs.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Am I the only one? Maybe just the volume? Your mic is unmuted, so I know that. No. Maybe you can call back in on the phone number and we could hear you? No. Darn it. Technology. Yeah, because feel free to call back in on the phone line so we can make sure we hear your comment, because I know this is your area of interest. Okay, well, I think we've got a general feedback that we have some concerns about this. I was a little surprised at how far along it was already before we knew this, and I guess I would just ask Cal Recycle that, you know, we asked for the presentation as an update, but I think we were thinking that you would let us know as things were happening so we could weigh in maybe earlier before it got too done. So I just want to throw that out there that we are, if you were to ever say, Chair, we'd like to get on the agenda, I would say, okay, let's get you on the agenda. So anyway, Commissioner Ward has a comment, I think.
Well, one last thing, I did notice in the presentation that they said that they had done focus groups to rural areas, and as part of the ESJPA of rural counties, I hadn't heard anything about that. I'm curious about how that went. I didn't seem to be part of their presentation, and I certainly acknowledge there's a different mix of materials that get recycled in rural areas.
Okay, well, to wind this up, since we have to move on, I just don't want to drop this because this was clearly a key task that we were given as a commission. It's very important to all of us that PR campaign is effective and works and something we can support. And I know that they want our input. So I'm going to suggest that since we've gotten rid of the committee structure as the bigger committees, either that we still have to make sure under market development or under this labeling and media, or maybe we do the media and just a two-person committee just on this OPR work, that two people are really going to dig in and work closely with Cal Recycle to make sure we know every month what's happening with that campaign. We have, we asked them to bring it back for feedback. We're going to have the survey given to us, so we'll know more details, including the rural issue that Commissioner Ward just brought up. Are there any two commissioners? Do you think that's a good idea? And are there two commissioners that would want to really focus on this campaign? Because I think it needs special attention is what I'm hearing. It's either that or we do it as a full commission, which is absolutely doable as well. And I'm not seeing any chat. So I think maybe we could just do it as a full commission and we just ask them every month to come back, and maybe next month we ask them to come back after we've read the survey and had more time to digest this presentation, that we would have more time to give them feedback. What do you think about that? Would that be good at the next commission meeting? Thumbs up? Okay. All right, so we'll do that. We'll ask CalRecycle to come back. Clearly, the half an hour that was not enough time. So we'll bring them back at the next commission meeting. So that'll be for November 3rd. And that's only a 3-hour meeting. So, but at least it'll give us more time. Okay, so we can move on from that item.
Real quick,
Oh,
can I just make one specific request? I would like to request CalRecycle answer the question, can they make the public announcement to the entire state not to bag recyclables in plastic bags? Is that allowed, and will they do that?
Okay, so that's it. Sounds like we have 3 data requests from this discussion then. One is for the survey, the full copy of the survey that they did. 2 is a request, can they do that for bagging of recyclables? And the other one really is bagging of organics. Because do we have, but I want to make sure we are all agreeing on this, because if we're doing it as a full commission, it really needs to be unanimous. Is there anybody that has concerns about asking CalRecycle to provide the survey and answer those 2 questions? That's fine. Commissioner Lapis?
I'm not sure I necessarily have a concern with asking about the compostables, but this did come up pretty extensively in 1383. At the time, we did suggest that they not allow bags, but the 1383 regulations do specifically allow local governments to include bags. So I'm just not sure there's much we could do about it.
But it includes bags only if the processing facility can process those, correct, Nick? I mean, it's not that it allows, it only allows it if.
I think that's right, but it basically leaves it up to local governments. And I know at least one Southern California local government is proposing bags of food mixed in with green waste that will then be pulled out, which I'm personally not a fan of, but it would make statewide education difficult to do anything other than that.
I think that's what CalRecycle's struggling with, is how would you do a public education campaign if there's different programs across the state on this?
Yeah, my personal take is, even though they were wrong to allow it, at this point, I believe just being silent on bags in the organic stream might be the best course of action.
That could be considered by the commission if the 2-person committee thinks that's a good idea, that we just recommend they stay silent on it in the PR campaign for their organics. Okay, Commissioner Davis and then Schneider.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious if they covered that topic of bagging food, particularly because I know in some of our dialogues with people, that's an objection to separating food, is having to, they can carry it out to the garbage can now, but you ask them to keep it out of a bag and put it in another can. It appears to be an obstacle to behavior change. So I'd like to see what's in their research that might address that.
Just adding to the complication, in a program like ours, anaerobic digestion, where you can't have plastic, we are allowed to use paper. We were all given under-the-counter containers with a little guide of how to make an origami bag. We just put newspaper on the bottom, it absorbs up the liquid, and we dump it in. For those communities that aren't providing that plastic pail to use, our system does allow, and I know it's problematic, milk cartons, or the cups that you get, the disposable cups from Starbucks, for example. That's fixing that from plastic to a real, truly organic material is a future fix, but there are some workarounds on that. But if the state stays quiet, if we stay quiet and allow plastic to go into organics, then this has always been my complaint. For those of us who have different programs from the norm, we then have to spend more money educating. And people in California are very mobile, and they take what they learn in one city and bring it over to the next. So it really would be nice if that Southern California community realizes that plastic is a contaminant, period, in organics, and we move away from it entirely.
It's
Okay,
not
thank
LA
you.
County, by the way. Just so the record.
I didn't want to pick on anybody, but you're the lion in the room. You know, so when the big cities do it, the rest of us typically have to follow, or we have to pay more money to run our programs.
We're not including bags in any of our contracts.
Okay, Commissioner Kalpakoff, can we hear you hopefully now?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Wonderful. Sorry about that. I had just a quick comment on that, on their study. It showed MRFs had 15 to 20% contamination in there on with their outreach. I thought that was extremely low. I know we're nowhere near that number. And then secondly, my other question would be, do we, the commission's list of the 16 items or 15 items, is that going to feed into the outreach program at all? I mean, we came up with a list, and maybe I missed it in there.
I didn't see where that was addressed at all either. And that could be a great question for the next meeting since we're inviting them back. And of course, they're listening, so hopefully they'll be able to answer that question. But I don't think under the law, we gave them advice, but the law isn't clear yet. And so I think what they're struggling with is until that characterization study is done, they've got all the data to back up what's in and what's out of, hitting the mark of 343. They can't really do much, is where they're feeling hog-tied. And I'm wondering if we can give them advice on things that we think they could address in contamination, like don't put your garden hose in there, don't, the big stuff that it's obvious that we don't want going into the recycling, and then make it clear that it's costly to the system. And also things that are explosive or things that are dangerous endanger our workers. To me, that's another message that could be, that I don't understand why that wouldn't be part of it. But let's, because we've got to move on, and I really think this is an important discussion. We've only got half an hour left now, and I think we're going to be short again. I just want to make sure we'll invite them back. We'll have another discussion with them at the next meeting. We've already got our friends in Oregon presenting, and we'll talk at the end of this meeting about what's on the next agenda and where you want to prioritize how much time they get, so that we're all deciding together. Is that okay, Commissioners Ward and Davis? Yeah, we got to keep going. Okay, very good. The other thing we have to wrap up, moving off of item 5, was actually going back to the discussion about aerosols, item 4, real quickly, now that we've got Vice Chair Valle back. I didn't want to make a decision on this without you here. So we basically, where we left this, Commissioner Valle, was we said there's different ways to break up aerosols, that the aerosols and hazardous, that have hazardous products in them, and then the aerosols that are non-hazardous, and that Manny explained to us in the product care program in Canada are being taken up and handled with a all packaging EPR program, which we don't have right now. So the question is, how do we continue to address aerosols? Do we want to look at just the paint and the HHW separated from the non-hazardous? Do we want to address all aerosols with one working group? And who would that appropriate group be? So that's, I'd love to pose that question to you, being the vice chair and lead on this discussion.
Good question. I'm not real clear, and I'm not a scientist. So I don't know if a substance in a compressed can, which is compressed at a very, in my opinion, a volume that's significant, poses a threat because of chemicals or the way that it's released into the atmosphere. I don't have enough knowledge about that science base to say that one aerosol can versus another aerosol can is or is not hazardous. So I just don't have that depth of knowledge. I don't know if anybody else here does. So I've never really heard that, quote, there are non-lethal aerosol products versus lethal aerosol products. I don't know the difference.
I don't know if they call them lethal. I think they split them into hazardous and non-hazardous, and the non-hazardous go into the packaging program and the hazardous go into their EPR programs for those products.
And my next question would be, who is making those determinations and on what basis is that determination being made?
I think that's the legal under DTSC sort of rules. So I guess I just look at the two-person committees right now, and you had brought this up from the recycling and contamination side, I believe. And then Commissioner Ward and I are heading up report structure and editing plus HHW and EPR. So we could certainly look at this. The one thing I was a little concerned about is I'm glad that if they're having a national dialogue, but I don't want that to slow down what we're doing in California if we have a problem. And we've already got one of the longest standing paint programs outside of Oregon in the country. So I'm not necessarily wanting to let that drive our train.
I definitely, I would like to see us continue the conversation, maybe just on a broader scale as well. You know, producer responsibility has been a subject that we've all talked about, but I don't know that we've necessarily addressed it. The manufacturer of the product, the suggestions that were made in the presentations today about fire suppression systems. Well, okay, that costs money, and that costs us, the operators, money. We have plenty of consultants that can make recommendations, but at the end of the day, they're not paying for the suggestions or the implementation or the cost of piping or the increase of water that we have to put into our systems to pay for the fire suppression systems. So again, it gets back to producer responsibility. If I'm going to create a product and I'm going to sell it in a retail store, there should be a chain of custody that follows it all the way to the end of its existence. We've done that successfully in several other products. That's a approach.
Yep, and we do have the policy that we already recommended for HHW to have a framework EPR approach. So I think where we've already agreed, I think we just reiterate that we want to see all hazardous products put under an EPR system, including all the aerosols that include hazardous products, period. And then the easiest way to break it, to me, would be to just have the paint care system take over the paint part of it, but that's only 12 to 13%. The rest of it, if it's hazardous, should be under an EPR program. And that would cost money, and so maybe that's the recommendation. If the legislature, maybe we just reiterate it, that we still want EPR systems for aerosol cans as part of the hazardous category. Non-hazardous, that's separate out of a policy we've already recommended, and that could be handled by a two-person team dealing with the non-hazardous. Does that make sense? And that we've already said.
I think it's a matter of which committee.
Okay.
If I could suggest, I think you and I, Heidi, can draft up a paper describing just what you said about how the aerosols with paint would go under the paint care program, the other aerosols, and how those would be managed. But and I think the framework you proposed is correct, because this is a hazardous packaging system. If there is any product left in an aerosol, it must be managed as a hazardous waste. Therefore, when they're on the shelf, as you take them off the shelf and go across the retail counter, when you leave that store, you are carrying a hazardous waste.
Okay. Then if it's okay with all of you, since we've already got a policy on EPR framework for hazardous waste, they're considered hazardous based on what Commissioner Ward just said. Would it be appropriate for Commissioner Ward and I to take this on and give you a proposal, soon, based on what we heard today? And it could be ongoing discussion with some of these industry groups. But right now, we've already recommended EPR for all the household hazardous waste. Does that make sense? Or Commissioner Davis, you want to weigh in? Commissioner Davis?
No, that was an old one.
Okay. If that's okay with everybody, unless I hear otherwise, then Commissioner Ward and I will take this on with aerosol cans. Okay. Very good, and we'll get back to you. Thank you, and I really want to thank you, Vice Chair Valle, for bringing this up. I think that was a really educational series of presentations, and I learned a lot, and looking forward to solving this because it is a big problem. Okay, so with that, we will move on to agenda item number 6, the 2-person committees. This is where I had sent out to the commissioners if you could email me your blurbs on so that, because we were going to update each other via writing. I didn't get any back. I think some of you posted policies. So I'm just going to go through this list very quickly and urge you not to say anything and just say pass if there's nothing to report, because we don't have much time today and there are some that have significant things to report. Okay, so we'll start with waste prevention. Commissioner Ward.
I submitted a written report on all of our 2-person committees, and I think it's fine that the commissioners can read that at their leisure. I don't think there's any additional update necessary. Unless Commissioner Snyder has.
No, and thank you for Commissioner Ward for taking our conversations and putting them into writing. I would only say that for some of these things, we're in the theory stage and bouncing ideas. And it is going to be bigger than California because that's the nature of goods. So
I'm going to remind everybody too that we're running out of time for the next legislative session and the report in December for things to have 2 readings. We're already at the end of October, believe it or not. So if there's anything new that we're going to recommend, we really need to get those policies at the next agenda at the 20th of November, I think the second meeting at the very latest. Commissioner Ward or Valle on the bottle bill issues?
We finished our conversation last time around, Ted. We asked a question of Cal Recycle whether or not Commissioner Ward and I could go out and meet with legislators in their offices to talk about the California redemption bill. It's been a very complicated issue that a lot of people have talked about, but there's been several attempts to reform the bill, improve it. So a key question from us was, can we go speak to certain senators and assembly members or their staff about what is the solution and how can we work with them? And that was a key question that we were waiting to hear from Cal Recycle. I don't know, Commissioner Ward, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, it's just a question about the whole serial meeting thing. If we can't talk to 3 people and have the same conversation, then talking to a legislator seems like that. I'm just wondering, how do we go about that? Do we have Commissioner Valle go straight to a legislator and then come back to the 2-person meeting? We're just wondering about the basic logistics of that conversation.
Well, I think the safest thing probably is to just have one of you go meet the legislator with your own hat on and just say you're not representing the commission. You're a commissioner, but you're representing your organization. You're trying to get information, and then you can bring it back to your 2-person committee because you both have information you bring back to every discussion anyway. And then, yeah, okay, that way you can proceed without worrying about serial meetings. And then you 2 bring the proposal. Okay. So that's it on the bottle bill?
Did you and we did, in this meeting, we did acknowledge that we were going to be addressing the lasso thing.
Yes, you guys would be the ones to address that. Thank you very much. Sorry, Commissioner Dell, do you want to say something to this?
Maybe that was yes. Sorry. Has it made it on the agenda? I asked to make a policy recommendation. You just mentioned we need to get policy recommendations in. Is that we're running out of time today? I had requested that it be on the agenda.
Yes, it's oh, I think it's on the 20th, isn't it? Or no, it should have been on here.
Today's the 20th.
I'm very sorry. I guess I missed it completely.
Isn't that right?
I thought I'm sorry. I think I messed it up. I don't think I got it on the agenda. I just looked and you're right. That was part of it. So we're gonna have to work on that before we leave today as a team. We've only got a few more minutes. we need to make sure we put times on these for the next meeting, because I'm trying to assign times and they're going way over. There's way more interest than I might have thought. So I want to make
So
sure
can we please have that on the November 3rd agenda at the beginning? Maybe we should get these policy recommendations at the beginning before we hear like the other external presentations.
I agree, totally. Sorry about that, my apologies.
And while I have my microphone on, the other thing is we were supposed to hear back from Cal Recycle today regarding our commission's ability to send letters to product companies. I'd like to get an answer on that today.
Yes, and I'm not sure they can, but we were going to talk about that in the data review part on agenda item 7, I believe. I'm going to go quickly on the artificial turf public comment. We're going to have to wait for a second and finish these as quickly as we can. Oregon, we're going to have that presentation next month. I'm going to probably have to shorten that up because and focus them on the results and what they're doing next, because we're not going to have a lot of time on that 3-hour agenda for a big long presentation from Oregon. If that's okay with you, we can talk about that. Flooring and carpet, we have not done anything with that really. We have been looking at AstroTurf and the whole thing with LVT. There's a lot of vinyl out there. It's being banned in other countries, just so you know, because it's considered toxic. So those are discussions we're having. We haven't decided anything yet. Single-use plastics and artificial turf, Schneider and Ward. Anything to report? Nope. Okay. Right to repair. Oh, and we did have, I did see the public comment that came in through the public portal on artificial turf, saying that they didn't believe it was getting recycled and that Mr. Bender should prove how he's recycling it, because he had made that comment. So I encourage you all to read that comment, especially Commissioners Ward and Schneider. Methane emission reductions, Commissioners Cadena and Davis, did you have anything to report?
There is something on the Google Drive, so we do have a draft recommendation.
Okay. Do you want to go through that policy now?
Sure. You want me to show it?
Why don't you talk us through it, and if somebody could bring it up quickly and not John, so he can talk it through, that would be great.
Yeah. I mean, essentially, the Air Resources Board published a draft on estimating greenhouse gas reductions from diversion of organic waste into compost facility, and the draft was published in May of 2017. It uses the carbon dioxide equivalent. Basically, it converts methane to carbon dioxide. Obviously, 1383 is a short-lived climate pollutant act. And so the recommendation is to change or produce another calculator to show methane as a short-lived climate pollutant. This has a big impact. In the current model, 1 ton of material composted results in plus or minus a ton, depending on how it's done. CO2 reduction when you compost 1 ton of organic material, as in the methane reduction, the short-lived climate pollutant reduction is actually closer to 1 ton of reduction. So recommending that they update that to use short-lived climate pollutant, and that Cal Recycle, as a CEQA responsible agency, is notified of any projects requiring a solid waste facility permit. Part of the recommendation is that Cal Recycle develop a response working with the state clearinghouse to let the CEQA lead agencies know that they can document compost facility greenhouse gas reductions. CEQA often is interpreted to mean you need to address the negative impacts of projects, but it's a project impact analysis, and the positive benefits of compost facilities are understated often in those studies. They don't look at the positive reductions. So the recommendation includes CalRecycle notifying CEQA lead agencies and also begin, and this may slop into the work that the other commissioners, Kalvikoff and Oseguera, are doing, but take another look at CEQA essential public service designation for compost facilities. So that's the essence of the recommendation.
Okay, that seems like it's going to take some time to digest and work on with organic.
I can't hear you.
I know, I don't know what is happening, why you can't hear me. I don't know, it's never happened before. But does anyone have comments on this proposal? Has anyone had a chance to look at it? It seems like we haven't had folks haven't had a time to digest it. So I would suggest, especially the folks in the organics interest area, really look at this and give us some suggestions at the next meeting. We'll consider this first reading, but it's not really like we've adopted it. We're still discussing it, but it has been presented. So thank you, Commissioner Davis. I'm going to say we've got 10 minutes left, 11. We haven't reported out on almost anything else. But we've got to get to the data review and the last few things. And I'm going to suggest that we probably, at the next meeting, we're going to have to move the Oregon presentation. I don't see how we're going to get through all the work we have to do. And maybe ask our friends from Oregon to work with our two-person committee and just simply get the information from them that you think that we need to know, and have those two committee members report to the commission next month, and we'll have to cancel it. We're not going to have time with all these policies coming out, unless somebody disagrees and thinks we need to hear directly from Oregon.
Heidi, I did want to indicate there are two other draft policy recommendations on.
I know, I'm so sorry.
One on right to repair, so just for future reference.
Yeah, and right to repair is getting national attention now as well. I just got a draft of some language. They will go into federal legislation too, so that's exciting. So I'm going to apologize to everybody, but I also didn't want to cut short that OPR discussion and the amount of work going on with the aerosols and making sure that had a wrap up. So here we are, but we're going to have to probably skip the rest of these report outs unless there's something urgent somebody wants to make sure the rest of us know for those other committees. We can go on. Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads and thumbs up. Okay, then we'll go ahead to agenda item 7, which is the data review and request. This is where we request data from CalRecycle, or they report back to us on data requests. So I think we asked for several different things at the last meeting. I shared with all of you CalRecycle's response, and I would love to hear from you any thoughts you have on their response. And I just realized I did not PDF that and upload it to the Google Doc, which I believe was my fault. So Commissioner Ward, can you do me a favor and take that email, make that public? And as you can tell, this is becoming a very time-consuming job. And I'm running out of time to focus on the commission as much as I might like. So I'm going to suggest, is there Commissioner, looks like Commissioner Sky and then Dell.
Thank you. So I definitely understand the confusion about the request for chemical recycling because no one really knows what that term means. So if it might be more helpful to get a question of how specific facilities would be permitted if they were built in California. And I would say 2 specific examples that would be helpful for us. One is Fulcrum Bioenergy. They're developing a project in Nevada, and it would be helpful to know if that facility were built in California, how would it be permitted? Would it be considered recycling or disposal? And then Agilix is the other one that is developing what we would certainly see as chemical recycling. And again, if that facility were built and permitted in California, would it be considered recycling or disposal? I think that would be more helpful to us to have specific examples.
I agree. We've said that ourselves because we can't analyze them if we don't know what exactly we're talking about. So can you give those two, if the commissioners are okay with that, Commissioner Sky can provide those two very specific examples to Cal Recycle to answer that question? And were there other?
I'm next to talk. Actually, I have a problem with that. I don't really think this commission should be acting on behalf of project developers. I think the project developers should go straight to Cal Recycle and have a direct conversation. Does here would be the the outline of what the inputs and the outputs of my process would be. Does this follow? And I don't think the commission should be involved in that. We shouldn't be proponents. We shouldn't be facilitating or in the middle of it. It should be a direct one-to-one discussion. And then,
well, before you move on, we should discuss that as a commission. So, do we want to recall that request as a group? Because that's I kind of agree with Commissioner Dell that, I mean, we're supposed to focus on increasing recycling markets, and we've determined that they have never shown us, and it's up to them to prove to us. It's not the proof on us to determine what is meeting the definition of recycling. And
more specifically, it's up to them to prove it to Cal Recycle. We're not the decider.
Exactly. Good point. Commissioner Lapis.
I would agree with that. Also, one more point in Cal Recycle's response was that John Sitz did give a whole presentation to the recycling committee on this very issue. And I feel like what we're asking is somewhat redundant of what they already answered back then.
Yep. Well, I'm okay letting it go. I think that the people that are very, very persistent about wanting this commission to take up this issue outside of the organics, which is what Commissioner Sky and Osagura are working on, just have to understand they need to go to Cal Recycle. We are not going to be the deciders on what's in or out of this. That's really between them and the agency.
Can I clarify that? I don't think it does, and I'll explain why. The reason that I was making that request is because it definitely hasn't been clear. I don't know that any facility has ever been subjected to the three-part test to validate whether they do meet it or don't, whether it's a MRF, some other technology. And the reason that I asked, and I suggested Fulcrum Bioenergy in particular, I'm not doing it on behalf of that company. They already decided many years ago not to try to develop a project in California because they were almost certain they couldn't get it permitted here. So that's why I'd like to know, how would Cal Recycle identify that technology if someone else did try to develop that project here? It's very relevant to the work that Commissioner Osagura and I are doing, because we're trying to navigate how to get projects that would be considered recycling by Cal Recycle to have a more streamlined permitting process while still meeting those high best practices for how we develop good projects. So that's the reason that I was asking that information.
Maybe we focus it more, instead of on looking at specific technologies, to say, could you please give us is there a public way that people can know what the three-part test is and run themselves through it so that they can decide and say, based on what your criteria are, this is why we are recycling. Maybe that would be a cleaner ask.
So I agree with Commissioner Lapis. That information was already provided in the presentation that Cal Recycle shared with us. It's just that no company has actually ever navigated that process. And that's why I felt specific examples would be more useful, so we can actually
we're
say.
We're going to have to wrap this up, and I guess I'm not sure now what the group, but we keep taking time up of the commission on this issue of conversion and this technology that we don't even know is meeting the goals of what we're supposed to be talking about. So that's where it's.
I don't think this is simple. I don't think it's simple. I don't think it's as a chemical engineer for all these processes. I actually think they need to hire consultants. They need to do technical studies. They need to engage with Cal Recycle through a proper permitting application proposal thing. I don't think we should get a simple we should expect or get a simple answer. And the one thing I noticed in those regs that came out was that if it's clear, if I'm reading this correctly, if any hazardous waste is generated from the process, then it can't be called recycling. And that honestly rules out a lot of chemical recycling processes. But these aren't, to go through that 3-step process is really a serious thing, potentially multi-million-dollar or hundreds of millions of dollars of impacts. And I think it should be gone through the proper channels directly with Cal Recycle.
Yeah, and we're a
Commissioner
volunteer
Dell,
commission.
That standard, if held to most recycling facilities, would have that same issue. And that's kind of my point. I do think it's a worthwhile data request. If the commissioners don't agree, then I'll recall it.
Well, I
Toby,
feel like just spinning our wheels over and over again with this, so I kind of do want to get it resolved. And I guess I'm just trying to figure out what the proper question is for Cal Recycle to answer for us. That's not. Commissioner Lapis, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, Kobe, I think it's worth discussing. We clearly don't have time today. I'm just not sure it's a data request for Cal Recycle. So maybe we should discuss it a little bit more, and then determine if there is a specific request. Because it's a little too vague, I
Move
think.
Oregon off the agenda and we focus on Jan's item. So we're going to get on right quick to the next meetings because we keep running out of time, and I'm probably going to move this to the beginning of the next agenda because we keep running out of time. And I know Commissioner Donlevy has some stuff he'd like to talk about, but we should really figure out our next meeting. So our next meeting then would be Commissioner Dell. You want to be at the top of the agenda really as soon as we get through the usual things. And we'll put you first. We're going to move Oregon off, and it'll simply be the 2-person committee reporting out what they've learned from Oregon on where they are with their process. And Commissioner Dell, I'll work with you on the, I think we had even talked about this. I'm pretty sure I had this on there and somehow it got bumped off by mistake, and I really apologize. And then what other things do we have? Should we just focus mostly on going through the 2-person committees and the policies that everybody's starting to bring forward? I think would be the focus of the meeting. That sounds good. And I know there have been concerns raised too about our, trying to stay on task and making sure that we're not veering off into other areas that we shouldn't. So we're going to have to adjourn now. I'm very sorry about the time, but we're all limited on time. We decided we do 4-hour meetings and then 3-hour meetings. So I'll see you on November 3rd. Thank you very much. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks for all your good work.